And hello everyone! Welcome to the Cursed Ones. Ethan, you do this every time, where we play Dungeons and Dragons. We are going to relatively go quickly through kind of introductions and the usual affair today, which means no question of the day. Fuck all of you, no questions, just introduce yourselves. So first of all, we have, do you have feelings for Gideon? Who are you? And who do you play?
I'm Ethan, I play Yaksha. He's Jesus.
That's so fucking true.
Gender fluid Jesus.
Gender fluid Jesus. Hand-fire car door hook hand. Hi, I'm Dean. I'm the Dungeon Master. I play everyone else, and I run this shit show. Next up, we have Owl or Not to Owl. Who are you, and who do you play?
Hi, I'm Ro. I play Aros and Levi.
There we go. You're a fairy tale! I love how multiple people's nicknames are just different things that the characters screamed out at each other last session, including Aros calling Lelee a fairy tale.
Basically a slur.
Basically a slur. Who are you and who do you play?
Yeah, that anime
I'm
was
Kiki,
pretty bad.
I play Lelee.
You play Lelee. Z Tony Spells.
Hey, I play Gideon.
Who are you?
Yeah.
You said it already.
That's true.
So I thought we were trying to be fast here.
That's true. Barely Alice. Who are you and who do you play?
Hi, I'm Ines. I play Alice.
All right. So that's who we all are today. That's who we have on files. So I'm going to kind of do a very short version of the recap and instead just focus on where we last left off on. The party had been trying to decide what exactly they were going to do about Lenz Lomé, the Mad Wolf. And with them having found Maeric, who has a possible, option to cure him of his madness, but general shenanigans that might lead the Mad Wolf to just being an absolute vessel of destruction in the process, the party decided that, okay, we're gonna need a second opinion. Let's go find Gideon. He probably knows what's up. However, the session ended with the party finding Gideon, though also finding a huge raging inferno in the process. And with the session ending on Lelee just plunging straight into that fire, that's where we last left things off. So, once I regain my breath capacity, because right before the stream I inhaled a shitload of bleach by accident, we'll be ready to start. Is everyone ready? Perfect. So, without further ado, let's jump into the Cursed One session 187. Red and orange. Lelee, despite everything stopping you from witnessing these colors, you feel them inside your mind like a plaque overwhelming your sensations. The fervent chaos of everyone's yelling voices has all but vanished around you, as has the feeling of the world beneath your tremoring footsteps. There's something all-encompassing here. Something beyond your realm of comprehension. Maybe he'll have the words to explain to you what's going on, but in the midst of the raging inferno you find yourself in, you cannot hear Gideon, cannot see him, cannot feel him. Never before has the dark been so bright. The star you landed upon, Lelee, during your star wish was a lake of fire. It made you feel fear, so you described, and it led you to the worst of it all. While Gideon and Callie and Alice got vigor, Gideon got Callie, Alice got vigor, you got an eternity of fresh, conscious, and guilt-laden hell that burns with fire and sulfur and visions of second death. Whose second death? Whose? You, as always, have never been given the answers. The stars answered their prayers, not yours. They just left you with a wall of fire. In a horrible second, you feel your stumbling frame collide against something achingly physical and burning with feverish magma hot surface. And it's in this second that your feet feel something indescribable against the ground. A twisting, immolating, baleful metamorphosis. Growing, unstopping, fire overtaken. It can't stop, it can't be stopped, it doesn't stop! You're unsure as to when Lelee and Gideon were both collapsed on the floor in front of you all. In fact, the last thing you all remember is you were going down a hallway. There was an array of movement, and like a hard match cut, Lelee was next to you. and then was pinning Gideon's form to the ground with a fresh look of untold fear in her hollow sockets. To all but two of you, there was never a fire down this hall. You just went looking for Gideon. You suppose you found him. Lelee, your hands are shaking, aching, quaking. You don't know when you entered your fight response, but you're in it. An untold fear, but you slowly lose sight of this flame inside your mind. The river of fire stops so abruptly you're unsure if it was ever there. And you feel an untold urge to put this horror down, to stop it before it takes someone else you care about, but there's no fire anymore. Was there a fire? There had to be. But no, it's just Gideon that you feel. Gideon that you're holding down. You feel his cloaked shoulder pinned down in one hand and his stringy beard on your other that you're holding his neck with. What are you doing?
I don't think she lets go. I think her her hands are kind of locked in this position. Just kind of, she doesn't feel like she can move.
Gideon, you are being choked by Lelee.
I drag her off.
Absolutely. Lelee, would you like to try and contest this?
Yes.
Okay, roll contested athletics, the two of you.
You can start rolling attack rolls on my throat now, too.
That's 25.
25.
You
and-
succeed. You succeed. I got it.
Lelee, what are you doing?
I don't know. I don't know. There's fire. There's fire. I need to put it out.
There's no fire, just get off of him.
If I let you go, are you going to attack Gideon again? Alright, Gideon, are you okay? How's your neck?
I'm fine. Really nothing you need to worry about. And sort of Gideon gets to his feet.
Alright. Well, tell you what, we didn't appreciate you disappearing on us like that. What were you doing?
It's complicated down here. Saw some things potentially. Didn't lead to much, as near as I can tell.
Anything you'd
But I
like to share?
suppose-
We all have the same goal here, right? Saving Sepulturnum?
Yes.
Alright. Lelee, you okay?
I don't know.
I'm gonna let you go, I'm gonna put you down. Take a breather.
Elian walks over and kind of just like looks at Lelee and just kind of hovering a hand over her shoulder is just gonna go, look, there was no fire. There's no trace of any magic in the area besides everything that's normal. There was no fire. Must have just been your curse, okay?
Am I still paralyzed?
No. It's like you're just on your knees. You don't know when you got there, but you can stand again.
I'm gonna roll insight on Gideon's yes, we all have the same goal. Because he's weirdly calm about that.
Okay. Yeah, I guess, I mean, you can roll a contested roll here, Gideon, with whatever you feel fit.
Alright.
Can I give myself a quick guidance? That's gonna be a 29.
Yeah, that's way higher than what I rolled.
Okay, so I suppose if that's the case, what does Aros infer from Gideon agreeing that they're having the same goal? Is there anything kind of like, is there an undertone of anything there? I suppose, Aros, what are you looking for?
Yeah.
A little bit further.
Yeah, give me some insight into your insight so I can give you insight into your insight.
Thank you. I'm looking for anything that seems off because for the most part he's weirdly calm at the moment, and that's not exactly a word I'd use to describe him.
Interesting. Yeah, I mean, whatever you think would be suitable to give there.
I'd say in terms of I don't think you sense any sort of malicious undertones to what Gideon's saying when he says we all have the same goal. It seems like, he's being earnest when he says that, but he does seem like weirdly sort of calm, given the situation.
Is there any insight I can get into why?
I don't
Into
think
why?
with just a... I don't know with just a roll, though. Maybe, like,
Yeah.
expression or anything? Is there anything that does entail where his... Just by face, in contrast to being calm, is there anything that kind of also betrays the notion of this situation being stressful? Is it a happiness calm, or is it just the situation is under control calm?
I think sort of Gideon has a, I guess, sort of lax smile on his face. He just seems to be doing fine, weirdly
think-
enough.
Aros is going to, like, lightly elbow Lelee and go, he's smiling. Why is he smiling?
Why are you asking me that?
I don't know, I just thought it would be nice to point it out to you and say that it's weird.
Well, now that you pointed that out, Gideon, you seem weirdly calm given the fact that you were just poked out by one of your party members. Is there a reason for that?
Bit of an odd question, but
You're a bit of an odd guy. You don't tend to be pretty calm.
Elian nudges Yaksha at that, like, what the hell, man?
Gideon just sort of raises an eyebrow and goes, "Would you like me to be not calm?"
No, this is... I mean, I suppose it's ideal, it's just abnormal of you.
I think I'm just trying to find what the through line here is.
How about this? We can change the topic. What was so urgent that you had to leave without telling us?
And I saw something, something. I wasn't entirely sure what it was, but it seemed relevant.
Okay. And
Magic thing, magic person, what's the thread here?
That's what I was trying to figure out when I started following it.
Okay.
I went through, and I think... Not entirely sure what it was. Though based on what Lelee was talking about, something of visions, maybe? Seeing as Lelee saw things that
Can't see
the rest of you
things.
didn't. And I saw something that I'm not sure what it was, but...
Oh.
Again,
And you're not
following through.
too concerned by any of the visions that you might have seen? I thought your mind was warded.
It is. Mind Blank's still currently up, which was part of why it was odd. Still trying to decipher the specifics of it. Don't have anything concrete yet, though.
Oh, okay.
Can I
And
through the telepathy?
I think Elian also just like points a little finger and it's just like, and you got something from the visions you're holding. Is that a sword hilt? What is that?
Oh, yeah, so something I found down there. I think it might be part of a blade of some sort. Not entirely sure yet. Seems like it might hold some significance, so I grabbed it.
Down where?
There was a pit. And an elevator went down, far down.
Kiki, you wanted to say something?
Oh, I was just gonna message Yaksha over the
Yeah,
or
the
the rest
channel?
of the group over the telepathy link, just can somebody check if he does have Mind Blank still up?
Elian nudges back. Yeah, he does. He does.
Okay.
Hey, Elian, you have the magic vision curse, right?
Yep.
Before we teleported, did you happen to see anything that could be what Gideon was describing?
I didn't, and that's why I'm a little lost, though granted a lot more things were happening. I was setting up the teleportation circle. There are things that still just field of vision could have slipped out of mind, out of view.
I did find something else, too. Gideon reaches in one of his pockets and pulls out the that fragment of starlight, just sort of holds it up like this.
It glows
Fragment of a...
this absolutely, like, poignant glow as if he's actually holding a star.
Oh, Jesus.
Seems to be
Okay.
a fragment of something. Hard to tell what yet, though I think more of it's down here. And he pockets it again.
Okay. That's certainly not something I've seen before. What is it, a physical frag? I don't have any context here as to what the hell that is.
Seems to be both physical but non-physical. It's odd.
This is Gideon, right? Like the tugging in my ribs have stopped?
Yes.
Okay.
Well...
And sorry, Alice wants to cast View Aura.
View Aura.
I that.
Okay, you want to view aura. You study one creature's aura until your concentration ends. When you see a target, you learn if it's under effect of any magical or psionic effect. Okay. Yeah, I think, Gideon, while you've just been, like, showing off the items and such and having this discussion, you slowly start to notice Alice's hands kind of, like, turning at you. He is not under the effect of any magical or psionic effects besides his mind blank ward and the usual affair of what he has currently active.
Okay. She's gonna relay that to the others in the telepathic link. Like, I'm trying to see if there's any effects, but
I think you can tell with your passive. I think you can tell with your passive perception, Gideon, that Alice is like the eyes definitely flashed with some sort of psionic ability that is definitely looking into you a little further than just normal perception. Second of all, you notice these beats where everyone goes quiet. And then that look on everyone's face of registering discussion that they're absolutely talking telepathically. But what was your question?
Oh, you sort of answered it already. I think, as Alice does the casting, I think Gideon just sort of glances over and makes, I think Gideon sort of just makes the sort of lax smile still on his face, but he makes some pretty intense eye contact with Alice's hands.
And Alice, what were you saying over the telepathy?
Is that it doesn't seem like he's under anything from what I can tell.
There's a lot going on down here. It's just good that we found him again. That's, I think, the main thing we should concern ourselves with. If he's happy over finding a magical development, that's a good thing.
Speaking of a lot going on here,
right?
Gideon, we found. How best to describe them? They're
By
cannibals.
the way, did you go from telepathy responding to Elian to out loud speaking of? Because that's fucking hilarious.
Yeah, I did. And
Okay,
it doesn't
absolutely.
Make sense.
Yeah.
Yeah. I guess. Yeah, best way to describe them would be cannibals, but. They can help us with the Mad Wolf.
Interesting.
Yes.
Did they say how?
Separating the elf from the wolf. Name was Lenz, right?
Yes, Lenz.
Right.
Though, that seems like it would have the consequence of leaving the Mad Wolf.
Yes, that's why we thought to find you before pursuing any decisive action. The wolf is powerful enough to take down Amaloids. Lelee, yes?
Oh, the other problem is that we can't pull out the Umbra stuff without probably killing Lenz. So we either have to leave the wolf alone or put something else in it.
Mm-hmm.
Or put it down.
Right.
And then we'd be
It's less
losing
than
something that
ideal.
can kill amyloids.
And don't forget your uncle, Lelee.
I mean, he's gonna survive this no matter what. I mean, if we separate it, then we kill the Mad Wolf and he's fine.
I can make a body for Lenz if need be. I have colossi clay. The thing about the wolf question, it's a gamble. That's Corellin said that we needed all three, the Luminary, the Devarim, and the Mad Wolf to save Sepulturnum. To free Lenz and to get rid of the Mad Wolf, that would be gambling our own power. To have Corellin having said, needing the Mad Wolf being Lenz, or needing the Mad Wolf being the wolf itself. If we can't find a solution to get the Mad Wolf under our control, we would have to take that gamble.
Well, I definitely see some additional merit in separating Lenz and the Mad Wolf. For one of the biggest issues we heard with the Luminary was that whatever they're sealed in is currently broken, and Lenz was too lost and too disfigured to do anything about it. If we were to separate Lenz from the wolf, you would likely have his faculties back, be able to fix it, potentially. Though we haven't even seen it ourselves, so we don't even know if that's something we could do ourselves.
Right.
Yeah, and then if we separate the wolf and we leave it alive, that can be the massacre that everything's waiting for, because it doesn't have the moral compass that Lenz does. And then if we kill it, like I said, we lose what can kill Amyloid.
Yes.
Stuck between a rock and a hard. Very hard.
And have you gotten any leads with the Devarim?
No.
Yeah, we still don't know a thing. I think we tried to breach the topic with the two back there, but they're both. It's a hard affair to talk to both of them. You'll see.
Alright then. Was there any specific way we should proceed then that you wanted to?
No idea. We've just kind of been bumbling around trying to figure out what to do. And every time we figure something out, we run into a new problem. It's not the best.
We have all the tools we need to at least separate Lenz, though the question is, what do we do with the wolf?
Yes.
It is. That's an option I don't. Giving up a lot of power.
Giving up a lot of power, but that's also just... Like they said, it's just uncontrolled frenzy. It's just pure,
Exactly.
raw madness. We can't let something like that just roam free. That's...
Yes. If we
That's
can't
part of
get it
the
under our
picture.
control, I don't think we can keep it.
I don't even know if that force can get under control. Something like that, the way it's being described, it's just...
What do you
Like
mean?
And we're
said-
caught between two gambles then, right? Are we saying that Corellin wasn't talking about the wolf when he said we needed them? Or are we
Maybe.
saying that we can get the wolf under our control? We have to
I
pick
don't-
one?
The thing is, I
Right.
don't even think we can get the wolf under our control. Lenz can't get it under his control if... I don't know.
Maybe we can certainly maybe control isn't the issue here. Maybe it's more direction.
Direction.
It's not about boxing in the madness. It's about making it so it only has one path forward.
Can you remind me what you saw down that cliff when we went down there?
Light of some sort. And then down there seems to be more
Oh,
bodies,
sorry,
as
I
per
mean,
usual.
the direction of the
Oh.
Devarim.
Oh, down in the waterfall.
You look down there and we ran from aberrations, right?
Yes. Mind flayers from the looks of it.
It's also where the civilians all are, right?
Yeah.
I don't know. Directing it... It's force.
To direct the wolf, we'd have to isolate the civilians from the mind flayers.
Maybe
And
for
that
now
sounds like
there's
an
a way...
occupation itself.
Maybe for now there's a way to contain it. Just for the time being. Before we decide fully what we want to do with it.
There's also the matter of we're stressing so much about the wolf right now, but we don't know anything about the Luminary or Devarim yet. Not really. They could have solutions to some of our problems, but we don't know.
We're hoping Lenz could lead us to the Luminary.
It's the big thing.
And that's an argument towards needing the wolf being Lenz rather than the wolf itself.
I understand what you're saying, though, in terms of caging the wolf temporarily, at least. I currently don't have anything that would help for too long.
Alien has force
Most
cage.
of my ceilings, but even that lasts for what?
Hour.
An hour?
Yeah.
I have imprisonment.
Did you
So-
cast that yesterday or today?
Looks at, part of what did you say?
Did you? Oh, hold on.
Did you say that out loud?
Yeah, no, what does Yaksha
Can I
say?
take that back?
No, fucking
take
say
that-
that shit.
No, you
Okay.
can't take that back. You fucking said it.
Okay.
You said it.
Did you
You said
cast that
it.
yesterday or today? I have 16 wisdom.
I don't know how much time has passed down here, quite frankly, Yaksha, but I casted imprisonment what felt like maybe last night or so. So I can do it again. It just takes a minute.
Okay. So that's an
Well,
option.
let me just. Can Gideon do some quick maths? I just want to confirm something.
Yeah.
Does it seem like they're implying that, like, Alien cast imprisonment more recently than Charpay? I'm just trying to parse something here.
No, you get the sense that it is, but here's the thing, is that the party doesn't know that Alien imprisoned Charpay. Besides Lelee and Yaksha.
That's why I want to take that back.
Yeah, well,
I have a
too
telepathy
bad.
channel for a reason, and I didn't use it.
Do I get the?
Everybody
do we
would
get
hear the
insight
telepathy
this?
chat anyways.
Yeah.
What'd you say, Alice?
Do we get to insight this? Because
Yeah, I mean, you guys can incite that if you want, but
I'm
for
just
Gideon,
gonna go,
you...
you imprisoned someone
Yeah.
yesterday?
Yeah. Yes, though that's... Right now, it's not that pertinent.
It was Charpay. Can we move on, please?
Oh,
You
Jesus.
figured that out quick.
Alright.
You don't have to just say it right out of the gate.
No,
alright?
it's...
Like,
yeah, we'll get to it eventually. We'll get...
Okay.
It was
Was she
a
okay
loose
with
end
it?
I needed to tie up. Yes, it was
Okay.
her decision. It was her decision.
That's all I need to
Anyways,
know.
I can
Yeah, yeah.
cast imprisonment again.
Well, if we need the luminary, if we think we need Lenz to see the luminary, then maybe we should try to see if we can explore our other option, the Devarim.
Wanna go down there?
Devarim is down where all the mind flayers are.
Are they
And
just
last I
mind
checked,
flayers?
you weren't so. Last I checked, you weren't so keen on going down there. We ran away the
It's
first
quite
sign of anything.
dangerous. See, I still have Mind Blank up. And you weren't able to get anything about the Devarim from the two you met?
We didn't push it that
Getting
hard.
anything out of them was.
No, we just straight up didn't push it, the topic that hard.
It.
There might be more.
Well, pushing it would have made it worse.
There could
Their
be more
names
that
are-
we could get from them.
Their names are Maeric and Henri. They're dangerous.
Alright.
Their minds aren't quite stable. And so, we have them on our side right now. We're walking on eggshells here.
Are we?
Yeah.
As long as we just don't separate them.
Oh, we're not bringing a kid into battle. No, that's a
might not
no.
have much-
That's a no. That is just a firm, just full-on no. We want to save
Alright.
people down here. We don't bring someone into the fray of...
Seems like regardless of anything else, we needed to return to them, seeing as we're not too keen on investigating the Luminary more until we have Lenz. But we also don't know anything about our other option.
Yeah.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Where's the sea elf girl? Because last session we heard her screaming.
Yeah. You don't know.
Can I?
Did we hear that?
No.
Can I?
No?
Fuck.
Okay. Yeah. That's what I thought.
There was no fire. There was no screaming. It's fine.
Big gas.
Right.
Do I remember any of it happening? Or is
No.
it just Lelee? Okay.
Just Lelee.
I'm the only one?
Elian, did you hear what Henri said when we left?
Fuck.
Pardon?
Did you hear what Henri said before we left to go for Gideon?
That she was gonna try and kill us?
We ever tried to separate them? Doesn't seem like a normal kid. Regular kid doesn't have control of that dagger. Doesn't have that good of a control over a dagger like that.
Yes, well, Normal
Somehow they've
something
survived
left
out here.
this place a long time ago, Yaksha. No doubt any survivors have long left that behind. So I think it's best.
And there's the fact that Maeric doesn't... Henri seems like a really good way to keep Maeric grasped onto reason. His mind more unstable than hers.
I don't like the moral implications is what I'm getting at. Either way, fine, I'll follow your judgment call, just your guys's on what you want to do with those two, but the second that we don't need them together to keep whatever balance they have going on, we gotta listen to Talia. She said to separate them.
Be there.
We have to. Alright.
For now, we have the wolf issue. And Gideon, do you really find this Devarim more appealing than dealing with Lenz right now?
It's not that I necessarily find them more appealing, it's that as things currently stand, we don't have a lot of good ideas in terms of how to deal with the Mad Wolf.
What ways do we have to help you guarantee that imprisonment? Saving throw, right? Anybody
What?
here have...
A what? No.
Saving throw.
Oh, what?
Sorry, do saving throw... I'm sorry, do saving
No.
throw exist yet? Like, within
No.
okay.
No,
Okay.
definitely not. It's just like force
It's a
of will.
resistible spell, is what
yeah,
I'll say.
yeah,
then.
yeah.
It's a resistible spell, right?
Yes.
Do we have any means to help that, or are we just rolling the dice once again?
Typical affairs, silvery barbs could help out. Anything that kind of lowers the willpower of whoever's trying to resist it.
Yes, but what do we do if it doesn't work?
Run.
I guess we have no choice but to kill it. Unless there's something that we can put in the wolf instead of Lenz that would be better at taking control. Doesn't seem like it, right?
Yes, well, seeing as our current options seem to be death or imprisonment, I think maybe we should slow down a little bit on this topic.
Okay. I'm willing to listen to you. Just, how do you suppose we should go about going to this Devarim, going through these mind flayers? We just fight through? I can...
No, that would be
I still have pass without trace
a
up?
bad idea.
No, right?
Maybe for now we see if we can find any more information about the Devarim, see if there's another way.
Alright, yeah. Do you want to go back there and talk, or should we investigate on our own time? Callie's still back
We
there.
should go talk. Remember, the Spectre, she told us that her boy would know more, and from the sounds of it, you didn't even press the topic, so we could be missing valuable information here that he knows that simply hasn't been shared yet.
Alice, sorry to put this on you again, but I think you might need to approach them first again. Just to be safe.
Yeah. Yeah, okay. I'll do that.
Alright,
Just,
let's go back then.
you've not gotten to meet them yet, Gideon. They're just... They're an odd bunch. Just try not to make anything too sudden. Slow movements. Calm. Just... When he starts to slip, he slips. Apparently.
Alright then.
Alright, so Alice, you take the lead back into the room with Maeric and Henri.
Yeah.
You see that they've returned to kind of the center of the room instead of being hunched into the corner where you previously left them. And you kind of see, just to re-describe for the sake of Tony who wasn't here, just this horribly pale man, who almost looks like he's in war paint, but it's just kind of his skin is marble white, a long black beard and messy hair. He has no legs, instead it's just kind of gnawed off, and he's just he's shivering, he's shaking, he has this shrunken frame, and just kind of a cloak messily thrown over him, and he's kind of leaning against the much more kind of put together looking kid, about 14. Doesn't really bear much resemblance to him. She has like this kind of white hair that almost looks a little bit wispy at the ends, sunset, peachy, kind of ashen color skin with scarring that's specifically underneath the eye that the hair kind of falls over. Her left arm is missing, covered by a red cloak, and she is holding a dagger in the other hand, which she's been flipping at with a shocking amount of precision, like a butterfly knife. I thought you were gonna leave. You came back!
Yeah, we were just looking for our friend. This is Gideon.
More of them.
It's okay. This should be the last one.
Should be. You guys aren't really sure of things, are you? She kind of like takes the knife and gestures you guys in, like, get the fuck in here. So
Aros
what?
goes in.
We're gonna go after the wolf now? Is that it?
We still don't know what to do with the wolf afterwards, after we get Lenz out of there. Wondering if you could give any information on the Devarim.
She like very kind of poignantly looks down and then just like wraps an arm around Maeric and is gonna look up and kind of point the dagger just a little bit, kind of hunching over, almost like defending him, but in a weird way it looks almost like she's holding him at knife point, contrastingly. Just gonna go, we don't go down to talk to the Devarim. No, we don't do that.
Why not?
Because we don't you know? Don't you get it? We don't.
Can't say I do know.
Supposing someone did want to go down and talk to the Devarim, how would one do that?
I think she kind of tilts her head at you in just like a, what are you getting at here, man, kind of way. And it's just gonna go, you really don't want to.
We kind of.
I think Maeric eventually kind of shuffles a little, seemingly tuning into the conversation and just... Yeah, she's near. There's a way down further in the tunnels to get to the domain, but... They claim to be doctors. They are not. Bad doctors.
We've seen a bit of their handiwork.
Yes. Yes. They tried to fix me a while ago, but it didn't. They tried to take his head apart! They took those little knives, and then they tried to open up his head. Do you want your head open up? Is that what you want?
Not particularly.
Then don't go. Easy answer.
Well, regardless, we need to meet the Devarim, and... well, it would not go well for them if they tried to open our heads up. You're
kind of stupid, aren't you? She just kind of, like, once again points the dagger, but then kind of lets it drop to the side. It's supposed to be a safe haven that she runs. But like everything else down here, it's all wrong.
So the Devarim is the head of the safe haven?
Yes. Yes. She has been trying to get rid of the ones turned into... the ones in the waterfall. She's been trying to save them, to change them, but they just... nothing here be fixed. No matter how hard they try, nothing can be fixed in a way that matters without just making it worse. You can't find her unless she deems you sick, unless she deems you broken, in need of fixing.
She deemed you fixing?
Yeah, she did.
Well, I suppose if that's the case, we should do well enough then in finding her.
What? I think Henri, not fully knowing what you're implying by that, is immediately going to jump to the extreme and go, "You're not taking him down there."
We would never.
I think Gideon's gonna walk up to Henri and sort of just squat down to eye level with her.
She very, like, she kind of grips the blade and starts drawing it a little bit closer.
Gideon doesn't move and he just says, well, based on everything I've seen about the Devarim in terms of their work and what I've heard, and all things considered, I think they'd be much more interested in me than in Maeric, so you don't have to worry about that.
You very visibly see her face soften, and she puts the dagger down for a second, just on the ground. It makes a little clatter, and I think just, like, not fully grasping everything that's happening, and just because of her way of life and everything, you kind of get the sense this is an instance of her not understanding the etiquette, as she very quickly reaches forward and grabs your beard and kind of pulls you, like, from the beard a little bit closer to her face, and then just kind of, like, cups a hand around you. Just goes, Are you okay? Are you okay? Are you... No, it can't be happening to more people, right? I didn't do that to you, did I?
No, it wasn't you, but regardless, I think the Devarim will want to meet me and maybe a few others here as well. Regardless, we need to find them.
If you're sick, you shouldn't go, though. You shouldn't. You can stay here. I can protect you both.
I appreciate it, but that's our job now. So which way to the Devarim?
She kind of, like, bites her lip, like unsure if this is something that she should do, and is gonna just nudge Maeric a little, where he just... She... further down the path behind the bars in the city. If you get yourself admitted, she will likely have an audience with you. Henri lets you go. Goes back to picking up her knife and just sitting next to her dad.
Gideon stands up and just sort of looks at the party. Well, it seems like we have a path forward now.
through telepathy, I'm just gonna ask an open question. Do you think it would be productive to tell her that we will be back? She seemed a bit scared of abandonment last time.
She's with her dad. Shouldn't freak her out too much if we depart.
Alright. Callie seems to want to stay, so let's just go.
We'll be back. All right.
Yeah, Callie just kind of nods and is just gonna go, yeah, I'll keep an eye on them. Alright. And you guys are gonna follow in the direction that you were pointed to?
Yep.
So,
I'll give you all a moment to walk and talk real quick. I'll be right back. So you begin to walk down these cavernous walls. Kind of further back, there's a little section where the wall creaks off into a small crack and divot that you can start squeezing yourself into. In fact, first, you don't fully notice it. You guys have to kind of work together, push aside this massive rock formation to make enough room for you guys to start squeezing through, but eventually you find yourselves winding down a cavernous path.
Was there
Gideon,
anything
you
else I missed during our separation?
Nothing important.
I mean, it's telling the truth. Huh? What?
One sec.
Oh. Oh, I thought dude said Lelee. I was like, what? I mean, yeah. Other than meeting those two and find a rocking horse that could talk. Not talk, but like talk in telepathy, only in Elvish. His name was Enzo.
He was
That's
nice
it.
enough.
Alright then.
Oh, about the Maeric and Henri. I don't know if you noticed, but according to these guys, he ate their legs, like ate his legs or something. Because there's, I guess, teeth marks everywhere. I guess it can be inferred that he ate their legs and her arm. And that to survive the Mad Wolf, he made everything else bleed more than he did. So yeah. As a heads.
Alright then.
You're
Yaksha,
taking
did
this
you have a
all.
question?
I guess I was just. Did you found a star piece? Well, I don't say that. You found a bright shard of something. Found a sword hilt. Did anything else happen while you were separated from us? I mean, did you find out what exactly you were following or anything? Anything?
I didn't get particularly clear illumination on it all. There could be more. I think there might be more down here with the Devarim. I'm not sure. It seems if depth is what we're looking for here, then that could be a possibility, but again, I'm not sure. There was the usual disfigurement of people, fusion of flesh and the immaterial and the inorganic. But I made it out all right. There was some hostility from this mass that I escaped relatively fine. There was fire, though that seems to have died down by now.
What did you mean by your confidence that the Devarim would see us? Seems like you're implying something about yourself.
I mean, yeah,
Well,
actually,
don't look around, would you? I mean,
it's kind of obvious.
Aros has
right?
flowers growing out of their chest. Lelee's blind. I have my various afflictions.
Okay, all right.
And Alice's form has
Okay,
been
don't-
changed. Based
Right,
on...
don't imply that the blindness is what needs to be fixed. The antlers, whatever, not the blindness. Continue.
Fair enough,
I'm
yeah.
just pointing out what the Devarim would want to fix.
I guess you're right.
Just based on everything we know about their work.
Right.
I mean, based on their last creation we fought, the antlers, I'd imagine, might not even be an issue for them. Regardless, I'd say we have a fairly decent shot of meeting the Devarim because of all these factors.
I guess we can only hope he doesn't try to cut us open.
Yeah.
Eris probably is probably lagging a little at the back of the group.
That's a
Kinda
bad
listening.
idea. We're in a dangerous environment.
He's close enough that
Bad idea.
he's close enough. Like he's within arm's reach. He's not that far behind. If both of
Okay.
us, if like two people reached out, but like yeah, he's
Lelee, can I
Alice,
talk to you privately for a second? Yeah?
Sorry, I was gonna say Alice at some point is probably like slightly in front of Eris, but is probably gonna reach a hand back to just sort of gesture him along or like tug him along closer. Because now that seemingly a handful of people knew that Charpay had been imprisoned, Alice didn't fucking know. So since Eris and Charpay were both the ones who found her in the Far Realm, she doesn't want to lose him too.
Hmm.
Let's just come a little closer.
Lelee and Yaksha, you were gonna
takes a
talk?
hand.
Yeah, was that
I'm just gonna close the telepathy channel to everybody except for Lelee.
Mhm.
Hey, look. You didn't have time to mourn, but I could tell that it hurt you to find out that somebody you cared about died. I can't tell you I know exactly how you feel. But I can definitely tell you that I know what it's like to lose someone dear to you. If you need to talk, you just need time to yourself.
I appreciate the sentiment, buddy, but it's happened more times than I can count on at least one hand. And listen, I'm pretty good at dealing with it.
Dealing with it is different than... It doesn't get easier, right? Does it get easier for you to lose someone dear to you?
No. It's like I've got weights on my ankles, and every time I try to take a step, it gets harder. But you gotta keep moving, especially right now.
Right. Need time to mourn, or when we have time, we
There's
can
no time
together a small
to
service
do
or
any.
something.
I didn't even know that they died until, what, a couple hours ago? We don't have time to do any of that, alright? If we want to do it, we do it when we save the world or whatever.
Right. Save the world. So,
Can I, throw something out there real quick? I've been thinking,
Dangerous.
haha. No, I've been thinking about the elves here. Because obviously we've had Lenz on the mind, the Mad Wolf, the Devarim, Luminary, but, well,
I suppose you're speaking long term.
yeah. So who's gonna watch over them when we fix the whole Mind Flayer issue? 'Cause they, from what has been described, there's no way that they're making a civilization on their own again. They're all just stark raving down there.
Well, I imagine that there's elves in the Feywild or even just on the regular material plane that would be interested in helping out. The nice thing about an imminent apocalypse is that timeline-wise, the long term is a bit off at the moment, given that the short term is our biggest issue right now, but regardless...
I'm even speaking about the short, long term here. Of the moment that we liberate them all from the Mind Flayers, or whatever we're doing here. You said that they're being farmed. They were being
That seems to be the
cultivated.
intent. Yes. Get enough life mass to massacre all in one go.
So, who's to say that they can even short-term survive a couple days or hours on their lonesome? If they've just been raised like cattle, then Is there any inherent survival skills if we uproot their system of life, which is under the Mind Flayers? I don't...
Well, we don't know anything about them at the current moment. We don't know. There's a lot of unknowns at the moment.
Can meet them first. Berlin asked me to save Sepultura. Do whatever it takes.
This is... It's a... Just given all that Zabalba does, it's a thought process I don't quite enjoy going down, but it's one that I hope I'm not the only one considering that they just... that there is no long-term unassisted living for all of them. That's just not a thing that can be done. They've been clearly twisted by the Far Realm. It's just, can we allow that to keep cultivating and existing as... He very much shuts his mouth because he realizes how this is sounding.
Alice is staring at him, but not saying anything.
I think Gideon sort of walks over to Elian and puts a hand on his shoulder and says, "Yes, I do understand that. There is one thing. You seem to be that there is one thing, at least relief here, that you're forgetting. It's not your choice to make." Not a lot of elves left alive. So I'd say in terms of decisional capacity, I think that would be best left, at least currently, to who's here, to me and Lelee. Though I do appreciate your advice.
When the war of the Dragonborn and dwarves broke out in Sunder, orcs were taken from our homes and were groomed into fighters. To the point now where there are still so many locked in endless combat. It hits close to home is what I'm getting at, but you're right, it's your decision. He raises his hands.
Besides, I appreciate that, Elian, and besides, I know you mean well. It's not, no one here is looking to massacre them.
No, I last thing I want is just, I don't know. Them to be left unassisted and maul each other.
Yes, well, I think first we need to establish how reliant they are on the Mind Flayers.
Right.
I mean, at the very least, they have some sort of rudimentary language. Social cues, one waved at me. There's a lot more we can learn there.
The best case scenario is that they're just like a developing city. Just starting out.
Yeah. We gotta learn more. We'll figure it out. I mean, you guys will. And you guys continue to make your way throughout these halls. It was mentioned that there were these ways down the riverbed tainted by mind flayers. And you can almost tell by the dampness of the walls that stretch out ahead of you that this place has too been tainted. As the caverns perspire with an umbral sweat, coating everything in a layer of what looks like slick oil spillage. But soon, what looks like a sweating cave soon looks like a wet street at night. The brickwork continues, puddles spilling out like a pre-industrial European road with dim lights that reflect through every bit of spillage. A haze fills the air too, just a slight bit of fog that rolls over everything, making the air thick. And surely enough, like Henri mentioned, you find a metal gate. Gothic, rustic, fused to the wall over time and clawed into it, without a direct way to unhatch the thing anymore. There's a keyhole, but no way to yank the gate awry, even if it was clicked unlock. Behind the gate, there's light. And pathing. There's a road. Gothic, pre-industrial European-styled architecture. Brick roads paved with purpose, not the unending spiral of above. Around the subterranean pathway, there's great strewn brick walls, making this path look like it were guiding you through a city's sewerway. Their small, broken wooden support beams, cords and wires hang from them with torn and tattered cloth hanging damply from above. It's a liquid collection method. You can see the buckets hung underneath every bit of cloth that drip, drip, with fallout. They must have been replaced every so often because these buckets are nowhere near full. Placed against some of the walls are torches, glowing in a subtle magenta glow, lighting everything in a pink tinge, and throughout everything are more of those strange roots that were seen when you looked down the waterfall, Gideon. They crawl through the walls and floor, pulsing subtly like veins. What are you doing?
So there's no way through the gate? Like, it's just kind of, like, completely blocked off?
It's a
There's
gate
no
that
way...
cannot be opened, like, through normal means, basically.
And I
Okay.
pull it? How wide are, like, the spaces between the gate?
The spaces it's pretty thinly spaced. I'd say it's like this is the kind of gap and such you're getting in between them. So it's incredibly thin.
Can I...
A tiny little bat Lelee could definitely fit through, though.
Yeah, can I tremor sense just to see if there's like an opening mechanism on the other side? Like
No.
kind of
No. It's been fused to the
no...
wall, basically. Okay. So that any way of just, like, unhatching it is gone.
Okay. Yeah, I wanted to try and see if I could get through without making a lot of noise, but it looks like we're gonna have to kick it down.
I thought of detect magic, see if there's anything magical about it. Like some
Yes,
sort of
absolutely.
magical opening. Cool.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you do indeed detect magic on it. And you are met with the sight of transmutation. And alongside that, I think what you also detect from this is a similar looking beat and mote of magic to what Alice has when she casts. There's something spiraling about it.
Huh. Transmutation and maybe psionic? Do you have any insight into this, Alice?
I don't know if my abilities will work on an inanimate object, but I can see if...
Do you want to roll Arcana on it, Alice?
I could try that.
Yeah, I think you, just like taking Gideon's lead, are going to reach a hand out and see if, kind of tapping into, trying to figure out what further it can do, see if anything happens from that. So yes, go ahead and roll Arcana for me.
28.
Alice, you reach some of your hands forward towards it to try and get a sense at what he means by psionics within this construction. And what you're met with is a shockingly similar sensation to some of the little hidey holes you might have sequestered yourself into in your long stay in the Far Realm, because a lot of the points of the ground, if you just will it to open, it will open for you in a spiral. They make good spots to rest in, to hide away from the passing birds off in the distance, from flocks of strange, twisted creatures. The same mechanism has been employed, not in the natural growths of the environment like in the Far Realm, but into a barred door. You know how to open these.
Oh, this is so in the Far Realm, there's something really similar to this, where, so how did you describe it? It was like if you willed really hard, it would open.
Yeah, you can kind of just spiral it open. I think that's the best way you can even say it, is just, it spirals open.
Yeah. It spirals open, and I'm gonna try to open it, I guess.
Yeah, and Alice, you guys all watch as Alice just walks towards it, and in a twisting moment of just absolute oddity, Alice's entire body, for just a moment, fuses inside of the bars. The entire thing curls inward into itself. All of the molecules are rearranged and changed in this sudden moment, and Alice is on the other side.
See? So I don't know how to really explain it, other than it just spirals open. You just kind of will it to happen.
I'm just gonna turn into a bat and go through the bars.
Yeah, Lelee, in contrast to Alice warping the laws of time, space, and physicality itself, you just through the bars, and then
I'll turn
back into a person.
Can I try to do what Alice did?
Yeah, sure, I want you to roll Arcana.
Love to roll. That's a natural one.
Yaksha, you
Like,
walk up to the
help
bar.
action?
Yaksha walks up to the bars and immediately just bonks off of it.
Can I also try to do what Alice did?
Yeah, roll Arcana.
That's a natural 20.
And
Holy Jesus.
as Yaksha just walks face first into the bars and kind of reverberates and stumbles backward, Aros, you just walk right by him and kind of close your eyes and allow yourself to reach forward. It's so second nature to Alice that Alice did not really feel, or register this. But as you reach the point of entering, you hear slightly in your head, "You find ourselves twisted enough to become one with our spiral? Are you fragmented, dear thing?" Yes. Yes, you are. Yes. Yes, 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 you are. Yes, you are! And Aros, you are on the other side.
His fur is standing up on end, he just, well, okay.
You alright?
I think I have the Devarim's attention.
Oh.
Can I roll to
So
see
you
if I
want
can
to-
take Yaksha through with me?
Yeah, absolutely.
Can you elaborate on that at all, Aros, or are you just gonna say words?
Oh,
again?
there
I'm
was
to
a-
roll for this.
Arcana.
Cool.
Yeah. You can just grab onto Yaksha, and the DC will be a bit higher to get both of you through.
Well, here's
Can I give the help
crazy
action?
part.
Yeah.
Here's
Yaksha can
the
give
crazy part. I used familiar help action. I was about to say that, and I
Okay.
rolled as I was asking, and look what I fucking got.
Nat 20?
Nat 20.
And
Nat-
look at what
Nat
that-
20.
What?
Nat 1 and Nat 20.
That one is me, and 20 is Gideon.
So we have a nat 1, a nat 20, a nat 1, and a nat 20. What is happening?
Yaksha's trying to sabotage.
You're doing so
me.
great.
He's trying to
This dude is crazy.
with him in this.
Yaksha
Gideon-
is so whole at the door, just spits him right back out.
Gideon, you just kind of grab onto Yaksha's arm after Yaksha bonked off of it and walk forward into it. And unlike Aros, who was met with the crazed rambling of something identifying Aros, it's instead for you There you are. Thank you. Let us help you. As you twist through.
Wow.
It was a voice, and it
Heard that too?
Alien.
Yaksha, you also heard
Yeah.
that. Gideon, let's just say you met that voice in the one shot. So, just confirmation, it was that same one again. So,
Interesting.
but Yaksha, you did hear that.
I can only assume that's a Devarim.
I feel like that would be a fair assumption.
Why did it sound familiar to you? As if it knew you already.
Okay, Okay, how would Yaksha know that it sounded familiar to Gideon?
Oh, because you said there you are. That's what the
said,
voice
there
said,
you
right?
are.
It said there you are.
It said,
Yeah,
there
so
you
I used
are,
the wrong
thank
word
you.
there.
It said,
Yeah,
there
I used
you
the wrong
are,
word.
thank you, let me help you again.
Okay. I thought Gideon. I thought Yaksha was saying, "Why does it seem familiar to you?"
Yes,
Gideon?
I used the
yeah.
wrong word there. I should say,
Yeah.
why did it sound like it knew you?
Let me DM you to confirm we're on the same page, Tony.
Yeah, no, that's what I thought.
Okay,
I was
sick.
just confused for a second
Yeah,
because I
yeah,
thought Yaksha rolled like some secret insight check or something.
No. Ellion's already on the other side too. Like, he also
Yeah.
got through. He's just like, okay, that's fucking weird.
Oh, did she
What?
say anything to you?
Your voice?
I mean,
Huh?
you guys, yes, I also heard a voice. I mean, just
Yes, me and Yaksha heard a voice as well.
said that I was, I guess, twisted. Not sure what that means. Say the same thing to you,
Aw.
Aros, Gideon?
Fractured.
So same
Said
thing.
something about helping.
Did not say that to me.
Let's
Okay.
just keep going.
I guess next
Alright.
time I won't turn into a bat. I'll just go through the freaky magic door.
I don't think. I mean, that's one more person she's not expecting.
Yeah, so as you guys have made it to the other side of the bars, you are once again met with this kind of pathway that splits off into a couple of different directions.
Awesome.
Each of them noticeably have hanging signs over them with kind of like it's straight up like chicken scratch to all of you guys. You can't fully decipher on first glance
What
what
cast
language
comprehend
this is.
languages?
If you cast comprehend languages, you absolutely can.
Cool. I'm gonna ritual cast that out real quick.
All
Can I
right.
just squint really hard at it?
Finger magic.
No, you can't. You can't learn a language by squinting really hard at it.
Oh, it's a different language. You just said chicken
Yes.
scratch, so I was like, okay, so like.
No, it's another language.
I'm
All right.
curious. If it's written, because Lelee can't see, even though I have tongue of the sun and moon, I would only be able to understand it if I touched it with my bare hands, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Comprehend
I just
languages. So after kind of standing there and regaining your bearings, Gideon, you kind of focus in, cast comprehend, and slowly but surely the writing becomes visible. It morphs in your mind. You can clock it as a mixture of Elvish and deep speech. And there are 3 main pathways, one to the left that says medicine, one to the right that says safety, and one forward that says food.
I relate that to the party.
Okay.
I mean,
Oh.
See? What?
didn't Maeric say that she was trying to make a safe haven? I feel like going to safety would make the most sense.
Also said she tried to
we
fix
also heard
Maeric.
that. Yes.
And
Some
it
medicine.
looks like she wants to
Medicine.
fix several of us.
Yes. Well, it seems Maeric did mention that she seeks out those she seeks to fix. So maybe medicine would be the good choice.
What's our plan
draw
for
her
going
out.
in there? Like, attack her, talk to her.
I'd talk to her. We need
Talk
her.
to me.
help.
need her.
Would be favorable.
Why would we attack her,
Definitely
Aros?
talk.
Yeah, we might not have a choice.
I don't think she intends on attacking us.
Well, they are just hallways. We could always at least give a courtesy peek.
And not to
Yeah,
mention
that's true.
that, realistically speaking, if the Devarim wanted to immediately hurt us, I mean, we very much announced our presence by using the gate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can I
Probably
Oh. What were you gonna say, Aros?
nothing's fine.
That was out of character. I cut you off. And I felt bad.
Damn.
You don't get to hear what he's saying anymore.
Okay, can I talk to the rocking horse?
Yeah,
Can
you
I be a bitch about
absolutely
it?
you can.
Okay.
We have it?
Yeah.
We left it there.
No,
Okay.
it's on
Oh
Ellie's
no,
back!
Ellian has it. Yeah, the rocking
Okay.
horse
Yeah,
is
Ellian
strapped to
has
Ellian.
it.
He is like baby. He's basically just like strapped that thing in
He's-
like it's a fucking
yeah.
baby, little baby bonnet thing.
We had offered to give it to Henri, but as far as I know, she said no.
Yeah.
She didn't trust us.
Yeah.
I'm gonna kind of like bump into the rocking horse a little bit, just to try and establish like a connection, because I don't have any telepathy spells.
Succeeded the wisdom save against your curse.
Okay, I was like, I don't want the rocking horse to get frightened.
You didn't give the
So,
rocking
in
horse
Elf-
infinite nightmares.
In Elvish, she'll just kind of mutter like, do you have any idea who the Devarim is? I know you're kind of indisposed right now, but she seems to be a pretty big doctor, and you are a doctor.
Yes, that is true. I am a doctor, but Devarim, that name doesn't stand out to me. I'm sorry.
No, you're fine.
If it's a title, then
I mean,
don't-
according to Maeric, she kind of goes around fixing people that she thinks are like broken. And I mean, you're a rocking horse, so I feel like maybe she might have set her eyes on you. But then again, what do I know?
It was Lenz who turned me to this.
Mm.
But no, I'm sorry. I don't know if any other doctors survived.
Worry about it. Was there like a head doctor when you were still kicking?
I mean, yes, but I saw his body.
Okay, so not a. Yeah, Devarim we're looking for.
There were thousands
she,
of
her
doctors
pronouns?
and nurses on Sepulturnum. I doubt I
Yeah.
could narrow it.
Well, I mean, still thought I'd ask. Make you feel like you're a part of it.
Thank you. Well, if you
Yeah,
need me,
no problem.
I guess I still will play Noble Steed. Rocks a little bit on
Alright,
Elian's
Enzo.
back.
She'll pull her hand back and just kind of return to the group, not having learned anything.
Yep.
Then, well, any issues with going down the medicine path then?
Nope.
My only thought is at least giving a courtesy glance down the halls, but I don't know. I'm fine with anything.
I mean, I can. She kind of taps the wall with her hand.
Yeah, if you tap the wall down the medicine path, you feel this long hallway forward. Not too far down it, you also feel this spray of limbs pressed against the ground. Breathing.
Oh. Like,
Like someone was trying to crawl down that hall and did not get very far. Though is still alive.
there's someone alive down that hall,
Okay, medicine
but
path,
like
right?
dying. Oh, okay, all right.
Dying.
Yeah, Gideon stalks down forward the path.
Yeah, immediately,
Towards the path.
immediately Gideon just like moves forward. And indeed, as you start to head down this pathway, the air hangs thick with the smell of stress sweat. The hallway down this kind of route has a bit of boardwalk amongst the stone brick to patch up some puddles that have formed due to erosion. Makes the floor a bit uneven to step on as you creak head. Like, it creaks underneath your boot. I'm assuming you're not making any attempt to stay stealthy? You're just going for
I'd
it?
like to stay stealthy.
I'm talking about Gideon, because he's leading the pack
Gideon's
right
going
now.
for it.
Fuck yeah.
Gideon's leading.
So, you guys hear the distinct crack and creak of boots against the board. Cover's blown. He is absolutely not going in with any indication of stealth. And It's down this hall that you see a number of archway doors, hardly stable in their construction. Some have just been replaced with iron barwork. They don't all fit. It's like they were thrifted from the remains of the island, though they weren't grown like the rest of the island's architecture. They were put there. The burnt and charred wood on most of them still smells like fire. A couple of candles sit on the floor too, ever burning to give more light to this wing of the shunning grounds. What's strange is that you see some flies buzzing around the candle wax, like they commonly would around corpses. The wax, too, patches up some holes in the doors. And alongside this, you find very quickly what Lelee was talking about, the spray of limbs pressed against the ground and breathing. For a second, you think for a second that you found yourself again, based on the sheer amount of ink sheening off the body's skin. This form is limbless, though, just a torso, amputated arms and legs, and a head. His forehead is pressed to the ground, mouth cracked open with lips curled up that look like mummified skin with the texture of a sheet of papyrus. There's rope and twine wrapping up his torso to seemingly keep him back from hunching or further growing in ways that wouldn't be fit. There's a tattered cloak thrown over him, but you can still see the inkwork through the holes. His hair is long and red and reaches the floor, and he's trying to inch himself ahead.
Yeah, I think Gideon definitely approaches and sort of gets on his knees and just looks down at the man and just says, "What's your name?"
I need to see the wet nurse. It's happening.
What'd you say? Sorry, I couldn't hear you.
It's like, it's horribly muffled. It's, I need to see the wet nurse. It's happening.
Where's the wet nurse?
Down the hall.
In safety?
No, here.
Okay.
Further down.
Is it? Oh.
Yeah,
And does it
further
seem
down the
so
medicine
it seems
hall.
like this-
Yeah.
Medicine hall, okay.
Yeah.
Okay then.
Is there anything you're doing with him? Yeah.
Is everyone else? Did everyone else follow Gideon, or?
Yeah. I'm right behind you.
All right.
I think Lelee's gonna like nudge him a little bit, with like the cloth part of her hand where the bandages are, and just go, "You know what a wet nurse is, right?" Gideon? You know
I'm aware.
what a wet nurse is, okay?
I'm aware.
Because I'm a little
Alright,
concerned
then.
as to why you're looking for a wet nurse.
Well, yes. Alright then. Well, Yaksha?
I can carry you if you
Yes.
make me to.
Yes. Carry him down the hall. Might know something, and more importantly, he seems to be in wild distress right now.
Right. Wet nurse. I'll pick him up.
As
Be
you
consistent.
do, and you kind of turn him over to the point where, like, you're picking up his body and kind of the cloak moves out of the way. Gideon, you saw this earlier, but you see the same, like, giant spiral contorting inwards on the entire interior of his body, collapsing inward into an umbral regression. It stretches inward just, like, infinitely. It's just a spiral. And he kind of just rests his head against you, Yaksha, and is just, I don't want it to happen.
And where do we go?
Well, looks like we're in more of a rush than usual.
Alright. So you just pick him up, Yaksha, and you guys start to rush down the hall. With all of you guys making no direct chance or attempt at stealth. Yeah, so you guys all just head fully down the hallway. And as you do, you are met quickly with a sound approaching. You see the man's ears immediately perk up and twitch as a set of footsteps begins to rush down the hall. No, they sound more like hoofs. and you see the light from further down the hallway is swept through by a shadow gracefully asserting itself. All of the candles in the hallway at once blissfully flicker off to spare you the sight, but there is a horrible, cacophonous clatter of footsteps and hoofprints down the hall in your direction. Does anyone take any attempt to run, move, or say, or do anything?
Can I roll percept?
You get like
I'd like
one
to-
action here before it is immediately there in front of
Okay.
you.
I'd like to take an attempt at stealth.
Okay, yeah. Aros, roll stealth. Anyone else doing anything here?
Am I able to glean any information from the person I'm carrying his reaction?
His ears perk up and his body is trying to wriggle towards it.
Okay, then I'm just gonna...
19
I'll say-
stealth. Yeah, Aros, you just like flatten yourself against the wall and step a fair bit back. Just not fucking with any of what's happening right now. You're just gone.
Yeah. I'm gonna spider climb and get onto the ceiling of the tunnel.
Yep, immediately just Aros just hits the bricks. Lelee too, just quickly up onto the ceiling, kind of flattens herself.
Are we in complete darkness right now?
Yeah, no, whatever is moving towards you has fully blocked out the lights. With whatever its movement is.
Oh,
I mean, dark vision.
interesting. I do have dark vision, I forgot. I don't know if I see anything though. I probably don't.
No.
I can't do nothing. I'll also try to stealth.
Yeah, Alice, you also try to stealth. Yaksha, you're staying put and like just holding it, but you just hear the clatter, like you hear the quickly, like the footsteps of Lelee running up the wall, Aros ducking for cover, Alice trying to make a move for it too. I think the only, yeah, fucking Elian sees everyone like scattering at this point, is just gonna like very quietly just go fuck, and is gonna also stealth. He got like a
Give him a help
14.
action?
Yeah.
Okay.
Aros, you just grab him and you guys kind of both melt into the side of one of like the divots in the wall. Alice, what'd you get for stealth?
Dirty 20.
Dirty 20. So, I think, does everyone go except for Yaksha and Gideon?
Gideon stands his ground and he just sort of has a wall of force prepped in his hands as he
Absolutely.
waits for it to approach, and if it gets hostile, just boom.
Yeah, so you just like quickly, Gideon in your hand, you just kind of a small starting bud of a spell, and Yaksha, you're holding the body.
Also, I have another question.
Yes.
Because of my cloak, I have twice the range of dark vision of everyone else. Do I see it coming? If I do, you don't have to actually describe it until you feel like it, but I'm just curious.
What you guys hear as everyone else ducks for cover is a voice boom out through the hallway. It is in your best interest not to resist. The Devarim wishes for your safety and health. As Yaksha, I think Gideon, yeah, you fully make it out first. It's surrounded by a bed of darkness that seems to stretch a little bit further than the typical types of darkness would, but it's not as deep as full magical darkness. It's just perpetually cast in a strange shadow. It could be best described as an automaton weaved from human flesh and body parts. A massive, outstretched, kind of stitched-together thing. A stitchwork horror of many limbs that make up the entirety of this hallway, but undulate in a way that makes it so perfectly slide down the hall as if it were floating. It has been built for this job. Over top its body is a massive cloak of sheer, raw darkness, and hanging from it are a couple of tassels and of just like small motes of what look like starlight and gold. Trailing up the rest of its body towards where a head should be, there is instead just cloth hanging off of nothing. And you see kind of tucked into its middle torso area are a number of hands with far too many fingers, holding buzzsaws, scalpels, anything that it needs. Additionally, on its lower part of the torso. It has multiple segments of torso to it. There is a small holding area. I described, when you looked over the waterfall, that there were children of those warped elves. You have yet to see what an infant looks like of them. Until now. Where you see that mummified flesh, despite how young they all are. They're all being coddled in this small segment of this thing. It just looks towards you, Yaksha. You
Yes.
you notice that when it said it's in your best interest not to resist, the Devarim wishes for your safety and health. It approaches you, and you see it hold, like, this is about when you see it as 4 sets of arms reach forward.
I look down at the body and be like, "You want to go with him?"
Just kind of like reaching towards.
All right, then. A quick glance at Gideon to see if he doesn't want me to do that, but
Gideon
if
looks
not, then
over
I'll...
and says, well, from the looks of it, he seems like he's going to start making quite a fuss if we don't.
Very well.
Is that the right read? Just want to clarify, I'm just not making shit
It's
up.
in our best interest not to resist. I handed him over.
The hands of this nurse wrap around, press him entirely into her form, to which he is locked up in a series of arms. The head snaps towards Gideon, then looks at the Yaksha. Move.
Right?
Yaksha, you move out of the way.
I don't suppose I could ask you where I could find the Devarim. I think I might already have an appointment.
Allow me to escort you to your room. A hand reaches out.
Well, from the sounds of things, it seems like the Devarim wanted to talk to me immediately.
It is in your best interest not to resist. The Devarim wishes for your safety and health.
Can I go with him?
Are you sick?
Should I be?
It's gonna look at you for a second. Yaksha? If you do not require care, return to the safe room.
Awesome. I'm gonna rip off my head and then put it back on. That kind of sick for you? That also makes me take d6 lightning damage, hold on. That's 2 lightning damage.
It appears that you have been tended to already. You are well.
I just really want to make sure, and want to accompany my friend here to make sure he's well as well.
The creature reaches forward towards you and puts a hand on your chest and is going to draw the hand down. It kind of snakes down your body to your stomach and goes, "We will return it to you when it is done, undulating in the nursery. Of that we promise. Safe room for now. You must be tired."
Do you want this to happen?
I think, alright, let's...
What did you say, Yaksha?
Gideon, do you want this?
Mm.
And I'm also gonna knock on the door of Telepathy.
I think
He wants that.
I'm gonna try one more thing with the thing, and Gideon's gonna say, well, you see, part of the See, wet nurse, is that I was under the impression I should meet the Devarim immediately because it seems they wanted to conduct a psychological evaluation.
The nurse is gonna look at you, once again with just no head, and is going to push Yaksha out of the way. He's gonna walk forward. He's gonna reach his hands out and is gonna kind of put one underneath your chin, just kind of hold you like that and look at you. Oh. Oh, you are not in your right mind.
That seems to be the Devarim's assessment, so seems I should meet them quite soon, shouldn't I?
An exception can be made for someone as sick as you are. And they are going to pull out a little chime, little bell. It rings. And just as horrifically swiftly as this nurse first appeared in the room, they are going to rescind backwards. The candles turn back on. There's a moment of quiet. This is a quick out-of-game question. How long before you have to go, Tony?
Probably like about 55-ish minutes.
Then we're good for this. Okay, so you see in front of you, as in that exact moat where the ringing bell chimed, that a small star breaks out. Tears open to a small rift-like opening. And it hums there with a horrible, low, droning noise.
Gideon sort of just turns back to Yaksha and the rest of the group and says, well, looks like I've been granted audience.
Just you?
Not entirely sure how this works, if all of us can go through, or just me.
Might be best to try and see if we can all go in, hold hands or something, make a link.
Yeah. Out of character, who has the highest whiz? I don't want to risk it.
Who does have the highest wisdom?
Probably me or Yaksha, right?
Yaksha has +3.
I'm a ranger.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought you had proficiency.
Well,
Yeah.
Do rangers
save?
have wisdom proficiency?
They don't?
That's stupid.
That's fucked
No,
up.
For
they-
saving
oh, yeah, I
throws?
think they-
No.
Yeah, for saving
No,
throws.
rangers-
They get like
Well, not
strength and
for
dex or
saving
some dumb shit like that.
Yeah, because they're not.
Huh.
Rangers' core abilities
Alice-
are dex and wisdom, but they're not going to give rangers 2 common saves.
Fucked up. They
No,
deserve it, though.
I have,
Honestly,
like,
they...
Barbarians literally get... Oh wait, no, that is true. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's always 1 common, 1 uncommon,
Well,
and they hate rangers.
Ines, what is
Alice
what
is
is your
+1,
wisdom
right?
Yeah, I just have like
I
a
guess,
12
yeah.
in wisdom. I'm not very wise.
the best bet
Wise
is
up.
Lelee holding on to Gideon and Yaksha.
Yeah. Alright, so yeah.
Because
You
I
guys...
don't want to risk the frighten in this moment.
Yeah.
Okay, so Lelee in one
Put the
hand,
damn bag down.
and then Yaksha. So who's grabbing onto Gideon's other hand? How's this daisy chain working?
How is this daisy chain working? I mean,
Do we want Gideon to go first, or do we want Gideon to go last, so that there's less of a...
I'm gonna
So that
cock
there's
block
less
the
of a chance
Garros.
of-
Elian goes in.
Gellion for the win. So it goes Elian, Gideon, Lelee, Yaksha.
Well, I think it's better if Gideon goes in first.
Yeah,
'cause
yeah,
For all
Gideon-
we know, if someone who
Yeah,
not
okay.
Gideon goes in, they might get shredded immediately
Yeah,
or something.
Gideon,
That's true.
Elian, Yaksha, Lelee.
Alice
No,
is already holding Eros.
It would have to be Gideon, Lelee, Yaksha to give the best buffer for Lelee, and then the rest of them can just be whoever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're not the fully conga line. I was saying Gideon has like 2 hands, so like.
No, exactly.
Yeah, like you connect.
Oh, yeah. 2 different trains.
Yeah.
All right, gotcha. Cool.
2 different trains.
I'm
Gotcha.
right next to Elian, so I'll probably grab onto his hand.
Okay, so one of Gideon's hands has Elian and Aros. The other one has Yaksha and Lelee. And Alice.
And then Yaksha and
can hold
Elian
on to-
are holding Alice's hands.
Yeah,
Alice has so many
exactly.
hands.
Yeah,
So we
there
made
we
like
go.
a whole little loop thing.
We made a
Cool.
little loopsie.
Yeah, a little loop. Alright, let's go. Roll me
let's get
those
this train
wisdom
moving.
saves, dude.
Yeah,
All
quick
right.
wisdom
What
saves.
if I just say no?
It's just
DC
It's
10,
DC
right?
10.
Yeah, I'm fine.
Yeah.
I got
It's-
Wait, what
11.
happens? What happens if I fail this? Does Lelee get a bad vision, or do I get a bad vision?
no,
I can
you
never
get
remember.
bad vision. Wait, no, she always waits for you to grab her hand, so I would actually
So
roll.
yeah, Lelee
Wait,
rolls.
you're
We're
afraid of
fine.
the
We're
wisdom
fine.
saves because of your curse. You know I'm immune to the frightened condition, right?
It's okay, man. I'm
We
fine.
have, I'm sure it's fine. I think the
Let's do
only
it, let's do
way,
it.
I think pretty much the only way that they can fuck it up is with the natural 1.
Yeah, pretty much.
Silvery bot.
Alright. So, with, I'm assuming everyone getting kind of like looped around together. Gideon, you step in.
Forward. Yep.
You all feel a twisting sensation in your bodies. As much like the gate that most of you walked through before, there is a sensation of being tugged forward in a strange way that just breaks all known laws of reality. Though, there's something more anchoring about this instance of it. There is a strange additional force that pulls you forward. You see flashes, this great pink hue as you do so, the same as the candles shining down the hallway, illuminating this sanctuary, broken elves. Gideon,
Yes.
still feel your hands connected to everyone behind you. As you have all made the trek through this break in space-time. The first thing you notice is the different air pressure, as if you have gone from a place much higher elevated down to the absolute bowels of the Earth itself. It is, at the same time, exceptionally hot, as if you were close to the core of the Earth's center, but alongside that, there is an unmistakable chill to the air. Speaking of the room that you find yourself in, it's, I think, best described as something looking akin to the interior of a tree. A tree made of strange roots, and through those roots peeking through them, any divot in the wall has been covered up in what looks like camera feeds of the different parts of where you just were. You didn't get to look into the other rooms, but you get the sense that based on their architecture that you can see them through these divots in the wall. You can see the hallway that you were just dragged down, and alongside that, you can see through one of the cameras what the nurse is doing in the other room. You see that man being forced upon a bed. You see his body being strapped down with 2 leather straps, one for the neck, one for the lower torso. He doesn't have limbs, there's not like he can fight out of anything. You don't hear the noise. You can see his jaw cracked open. He is no doubt screaming his lungs out. You can just tell by the way his chest kind of thrums and patters, and you see the spiraling interior. Looking at this break in the roots, watching it, with a hand pressed against lips like this, there is an exceptionally tall figure staring at it. What you bear witness to is a woman who stands at about 8 feet of height. Just Not in the sense that her limbs kind of like give this actual sense of height just based on how they're structured. It is just someone who has been made enhanced, made larger by something. You see this kind of like slightly tanned skin leading up and covered in a lot of kind of like draped robes. All of the robes kind of have this darker brown to black color, and hanging off the back is a little bit of a side cape that strings far, far too long. In fact, it goes into the floor and connects to the entirety of the room itself. On closer inspection, that cape is flesh. It is feather. You are inside something's organs. Leading up the rest of the body that looks legible, you see a number of different kind of flowing talismans hanging off of this person. They are protective wards against something, and all of these talismans glow with a color that is unmistakably similar to the magic that Veldrin would cast with. It has his signature purple, slightly hue shifted with a bit more magenta to it. And these runes trail all over this person. Her hair is incredibly long, kind of matted around and then also braided around her arms, of which she has about 7 sets of arms flowing down in a great seraphim. Some of them are clasped together at the bottom, some of them are kind of held behind. And alongside all of those limbs, there too is a great pair of wings that almost entirely obscures her face from where she is standing. That is all you can see from first glance.
Gideon, I think Gideon sort of just lets go of the hands of Yaksha, or Lelee and Elian, and just sort of walks forward and says, I'm here for my appointment.
You say that? The ears of this person are not elvish. But still, you notice they slightly twitch, as if taught the muscle memory of elves and how they tend to respond to being talked to. The head turns around, and that's when you start to make a couple more connections. The brown hair that strings ever down is eerily similar to the color of Alice's beak, as is the flesh of this woman. You see piercing pink eyes stare down at you, the exact same as the one on Alice's palms. She has more of them than what you would expect. About 2 sets, one on top, one underneath. And a number of white hairs kind of threaded into the front half of her face. It all kind of like falls messily downwards. She's not had time to put in effort into appearances. I don't seem to recall you having an appointment with me, Begonia.
Does this voice sound familiar to the spiral voice, or is this different?
Different.
Mm.
Alice?
The Devarim. My old name has been lost. Time.
You're like me.
I suppose. In a sense, though. I have always hated the idea of actually getting to stare down that form.
What do you mean by that?
I mean, it's a shame that a version of me could end up so broken. It means I pity you And I suppose it was inevitable that we were to meet. But you have been granted audience by my nurses, so you must be quite sick. She looks down at you, Gideon. Is that right?
It seemed to be the nurse's assessment. Though I'm curious to who you are. Some facsimile of Zabalba?
Facsimile of Zabalba. Right. No.
I've seen some of your handiwork.
It appears that you have mistaken me, as has this abomination, for the split version of myself that I am not. I don't hold any loyalty or, well, similar thought process to those twisted versions of myself. I know of their existence, of course. Of course I see it, but, well, I think you're mistaken. Our handiwork is not alike. That thing has ravaged you.
In the telekinetic group chat, Aros is going to go. Alice, his last name was Bellerose, right? Phylactery?
Yeah. Yeah, but
Redacted.
I'm curious though, if you do hold no similarities to Zabalba, then why make a facsimile of the Sepulturnum robot? Near as I can tell, that predated your creation, which would make it a facsimile of his.
Once again, you mistake what was my handiwork to what wasn't, my friend. I found that poor lost soul, that tarnished thing strung up by this Zabalba you so speak of. He begged for death, but I can't let my father's land fall, so I fixed what had been done to him. That is that.
So the resemblance is coincidence?
The resemblance was not sculpted by me. The thing he was crucified upon, that was not made of my handiwork. That was its. I simply made sure that that poor soul would not lose his life to the torture he had been struck to.
I think you amplified his torture, actually. He wasn't in any good state when we met him.
Do you know what torture is? Fragmented wretch. What he has been gifted is life, existence, among the others. So long as you are living, and it's not torture for the whole. We all must stay alive to keep the great organs pumping. Torture would be to lose those in the grand scheme of things. Torture would be to be slowly rended apart, piece by piece. Keep the pieces alive, and there is no such torture.
I don't think you can exactly torture something that's dead. They have to be alive for that, so
I think the point she's making is that what's a little torture if it keeps everything running? Am I right?
Once again, you use torture. That's nowhere near what this process is.
So sticking a sword in his stomach, keeping him alive all this time, just so he's stuck in some awful limbo, that's not torture to you? That's just everyday life?
No. That's one of my blood vessels. If it is broken, we start bleeding. It is repairing a wound, making sure the wound's blood does not flow, making sure we stay healthy. It is not torture. It is repair. Medicine.
And how do you plan to stay healthy with Zabalba's imminent invasion?
Raises her kind of eyebrows. That is what I have been trying to figure out. In a sense, I can't hate that thing, because it has given me so many more limbs, so many more vessels, so much more blood. And yet I know what it's for. I can't bring myself, though, to want to stop the production, because if there's more, then I'm not alone again. And I can't be alone.
You're the one creating the new elves, aren't you? Those fields of flesh and mass.
They must survive. I'm not creating them. That's their choice. I'm giving them the ability to make that choice. I deliver and I nurture.
How do you know that how do you know they can make that choice? From what Gideon said, they're just piles of flesh all melted together.
Gideon, do you think that they are all piles of flesh just melted together?
I think you're mixing up some different circumstances lately. There's quite a few grotesqueness around, but with this specific one, I would say no. There's sentience there, there's at least some amount of recognition.
Precisely.
Rudimentary social customs like waving. Oh, I imagine they wouldn't last long if you weren't helping them.
Precisely. They, well, say it's a similar role to what my father used to have. He was the first elf after all. He needed to teach the others how to cultivate, how to live. He brought them magics, taught them magics. I bring them customs, how to nurture, how to live, how to exist. Without it, they fall. The whole system, the whole body shuts down.
Isn't that a lot of pressure on yourself?
Why would it be? It's what
You're a
have
single
to
individual.
do.
Did you let the mind flayers in, or are they just like pests? Are they infesting the area?
She kind of just like sighs and puts her head in her hands and is gonna walk away from where she's currently standing and kind of flicks her hand in the air, and you see a small, kind of wooden rocking chair emerge that she collapses into. Alice, you recall it as one that Veldrin would do a lot of his work in. I needed guidance. It was never my intention for them to come through.
Did you open a portal to the far realm?
I opened a portal. Get the guidance my father never could.
Oh, you made the same mistake he did. Oh, we really are his child.
Snake.
You called me a fragmented, what was it, wretch? I'm what you would have become if he took that guidance. Maybe just think about that for a second.
You don't know anything about our father! You don't know anything about mine! The one that you were raised by, perhaps, was a fool. Mine! He was perfect. That's why he protected me. That's why he kept me down here, to make sure that Sepulchrum lived past the fall. Did yours even know about the fall? Did yours know it was gonna happen? Mine did. He prepared for it. He made sure I was ready. But he was taken from the way of duty by the call of other people, of other places that weren't Sepulchrum. No, he was just a little bit overly ambitious. But I'm not. I'm here to make sure his vision for Sepulchrum stays, even if he's lost it along the way. I am keeping us together. I'm keeping his vision together.
You're tearing the island apart.
And if I'm not, do not insinuate that I am breaking this place.
I've seen it. Everything's been twisted together. I can feel it through my feet. It's like everything's been melded together. It's not normal. It's not natural.
No.
You're treating every living thing here just like another aspect of yourself. Do you have no sense of individuality left? Are you your own person anymore?
Licks her lips.
Aros is like partially in front of Alice, just to get in the way in case the Devarim tries anything.
I'm not trying to insult you or anything. Just asking a question. I want to understand why you did it. I don't want to hate you.
It's simple. Without my intervention, Sepulchrum is gone. Is that what you wanted? If I did nothing, they wouldn't have been able to survive. I am the reason that they survived the radiation. I didn't let them die.
That's leaving them alive, twisted, and transformed. That's not living, it's just surviving.
That's not living? That's not living? Look at yourself! You are mutated. You are mutating. You are full of the Umbra. Are you just surviving? Are you alive?
I'm surviving as long as I can to fix this problem. And then if I mutate...
Fix it. Do you I'm afraid that you don't understand how fixing things works.
This radiation you said that you protect everyone from, it turned my only living relative into a beast that kills anything that moves.
And is he alive?
No, but he's killed hundreds of people. Hundreds of living people.
Mind flayers.
No, he's killed elves.
Has he?
And I bet you've done it too.
Has he?
Maybe not.
Has he?
Maybe not on purpose.
Has he?
Lelee, has Lenz actually mentioned killing elves? Specifically?
We did see him kill someone.
Oh, what?
Yeah, someone twisted by your protection.
Oh. You mean the one in the rock? Is that the one you mean? I assure you, he's not dead. I have willed it be. She points towards that screen that was showing that process, the wet nurse and the man. Enough time has passed where you just see there is an immense amount of fluid that has now covered this kind of bed as the man has been rolled over to the side and is being like rubbed with one hand on the back very slowly, and in the other there is a form being cradled by the wet nurse. See? Back once more.
Okay, I'm gonna roll for myself to see if Lelee just straight up vomits. Just. Okay,
I will say she is. You can witness what that is because it is getting projected into your brain.
Yeah, she basically just curls over onto her knees and just a bunch of fallout mixed with whatever food that she had left. Just.
You hate life that much.
You know this isn't how life was before Sepaternum.
But it's life. Is it not?
But don't you wish
You
you could be
truly-
doing more?
Looks at Gideon.
What
Raises
do you
an
mean
eyebrow.
by more?
What I mean is that you've talked about keeping them alive, which is good. But like you said, you've been imparting culture, habits, all those sorts of things. You wanna save Sepaternum, but currently all you have it on is life support. Don't you wanna make it more than that? A real culture, real people?
Of course I do. Right now, they're all just fledgling, for they're all so sick. That's why I've been curing them all. But, unfortunately, an infection has been plaguing this whole land because that fractured version of myself that you are, points at Alice, has infested my land! Our land.
I don't like it any more than you do.
And yet it's you. You're part of the problem.
I didn't ask to be part of the problem any more than you asked to be part of here. And just so we're on the same page, nobody is perfect.
Regardless of everything else, at the very least, I think we can all agree that we do not want Zabalba here.
No. No, we don't. The problem with that thing is that it is just like my spawn. It's just like me. It doesn't die, it rebirths, but it's not alive either. It's a horrid thing.
Meek. We're aware of its nature. I have a question. Lenz, I'm sure you know, even in his changed form, has been killing the invaders. And however, currently we need the help of Lenz, in not this form, for something. And we've talked to some individuals who've determined that they could separate Lenz from the beast. The only issue is the beast would then be left of its own devices, uncontrolled by the morality and restraint of Lenz. Which creates quite a conundrum, so which is why I want to ask, would you be able to help? If we were to unbind Lenz from the beast, would you be able to help with the beast? Keep it from going on a rampage? Aimed in the direction of Zabalba's soldiers?
She kind of presses her head into her many hands, and you hear a shuddering breath. Ever since that thing has come here, I have been saddled with many of its afflictions, including its fear.
You scared of something?
Every time I think of the Mad Wolf, I feel everything start shaking, start panicking. It's not my fear. It's not.
Lelee is going to hold her hand out to the Devarim.
Mm-hmm.
Can you grab my hand? It's a cursed thing. Just.
She slowly reaches one out and wraps it around your hand.
I will purposely fail this. I want to know if the fear is the Mad Wolf itself or Umbra. Though I know this will make fight or flight happen, so just. She's preparing herself to run, essentially. It's neither.
It's not the Umbra. Mm-hmm. It's not the wolf, the visage of it. It's the term mad. Lelee, as you touch onto this hand, you are struck with a series of horrifically violent, gnashing thoughts. Surrounded in a horrid flame, like the one you saw earlier, there is screaming. And in the midst of it all, you are seeing the silhouetted forms of elves, twisted, raging, the spirals inward and out. It's a horrible force, powerful and uncontrollable by any outside means known. Madness. Madness. Lelee, did you fight or flight?
Flight. She was.
Lelee has ran to the other side of the room and has, like, positioned on the ground and, like, backs up to the other side of the wall as Alice is just going, it's all encompassing. releasing the mad wolf, releasing all of it. It's horrifying. Horrible! You know what that would do? A scourge of madness. It's why I've been trying to keep it back from all the elves. I've been trying to fix them of their afflictions so they don't turn out uncontrolled mad things.
It's scared of madness. She like nods at the Devarim and like are we both understanding each other?
Yeah, and I'm scared of it too. You would release that thing from its shackles and let it free down here? You think it can be controlled?
That's the problem. We don't want the wolf to be. We need the wolf to fight the to fight the amyloids, but not the madness, because
you are fundamentally mistaken.
Unexplained
forces of these matters cannot be controlled. Only sealed or put down. Those are the two options. Stop them or kill them. Letting it out, that is a death sentence. That is horror. She just, like, once again, just kind of, like, presses her head forward. It is something I could seal in the wolf, but it's not anything I can control like how you want me to. That's all.
What do we need to do to seal?
What would sealing it look like?
I think she, like, rears her head back and points towards one of the, kind of, like, cracks in the wall, one of the screens. I would shun it. Like the others. Where it cannot escape. Gideon, she points to the mound of clothing that you were in earlier, in that screen. Down there, in the depths.
I see. Well, thank you. I don't think we'll need your services in that regard then, but you have given me an idea.
Oh, yeah, thank you.
Say though, in the interest of stopping Zabalba from doing what it wants to do, would you allow us to put a teleportation circle in your domain so we can meet up at a later date to stop this thing?
You may. But bring with you a shred of that mad wolf. Or what it represents. And I will send you to the Shining Lands myself.
No, I have no intention of bringing the mad wolf here. And Gideon sort of gives a nod to Elian to, like, you know, let's get on this.
Yeah, Elian nods and gets down and starts making a teleportation circle.
While we're here, I don't suppose you know anything about the Luminary, do you?
She has been spreading the infection. Zabalba and his kin and ilk. Seeds were planted in her form when they first invaded this place, when they first found their way inside. I suppose that madman tried to seal her off and failed, like all plans of those who have deluded themselves do, failed, and I've been fighting her off.
If we were to get access to her, would you know a way of removing the seeds of Zabalba? At least from what I understand, it doesn't seem like the Luminary is doing this willingly.
Willing or not, if it is an infection, it must be cured. through brimstone, through fire, through leeches, through saw. If given the opportunity, I could cleanse it myself.
Understood. One last question. There have been archblades down here. We've come across a few. The one you used in the patient. Another one who had been the art blade who had been disfigured by the raw umbra. Do you know of any more down here? A sentient being is it would be remiss to not ask anything you might know about them. I don't want to abandon them here.
Mine are cared for, at the very least. She kind of extends some of her arms out, and you see retracting like a set of guitars is one on each set. These blades that look like clock hands. These ones are fine. They all retract. I know there are others lost down here. I've tried to bring them home. I've sent some of me out to go find them. We've only recovered a few. They are in the safe room with the others.
You know what blades you found, their names?
There have been a number. The sleep blade, the flame blade. But there's one I've so desperately wanted to find.
Yes?
My old one. My dear. My sweet. She kind of just she holds her hand out, and it's as if she's like remembering how to hold a certain sword. Asor Quen.
And its title?
The blasphemy blade.
Then we should keep an eye out for it. Do you remember what its form looked like, at least? Coloration in the blade, pommel, hilt, anything like that?
Just, you see her almost like cradling that kind of like formation of holding a blade, almost like cradling a child. And it's just gonna go. You'll know it because it's like me. Or like what I used to be. Before. Came one with all of them.
Alright then.
Your method for clearing out the seeds of the Balba. Is there any way to replicate it on our own?
For what?
For clearing out the seeds
get
of the
rid of
Balba.
them.
Did I not make myself clear? Brimstone, fire, leeches, saw. You get the sense she's not being metaphorical.
In what order? What's the procedure?
Kill what's infected. Put out the madness. Let it die. To be reborn better. And if it can't be reborn, then it must be shunned. Circle's up.
All right, thank you.
Okay, then. Well, then. In the case. Perhaps we should return then.
Right.
The basin, maybe? Sort our goals out from there.
Hmm.
Check in with Henri and Maeric. Show them that we're still alive.
Yeah.
Are you lonely, Devarim?
Hmm?
Are you lonely?
I do not wish to be tricked by a known influencer of minds. So
This is not trickery.
I disregard your question.
I think we'll see each other again. And Alice takes out gingerbread and just sets it on the floor.
She looks ghostly pale at it. So, do you guys take the teleportation circle out?
Yeah, it'd probably be quicker to take that and then walk over to Henri and Maeric than just walking back,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool.
As you take the teleportation circle, does everyone make it through?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Get
What, yeah? What do you mean by that?
I think that's an invitation if Tony has to go.
Probably.
5:56, so it seems like maybe Gideon didn't make it through.
Gideon, does Gideon give like a heads up, like, hey, I'm gonna go check out this other thing?
Does he?
Well, just out of character, I don't know what that other thing would even be.
Yeah,
So I'm just gonna say no indication. At currently
Okay.
standing, no indication. He just doesn't come through.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think
Yeah, if that's the case, thank you for showing up. Gideon's fucking gone forever, as always. Motherfucker disappears
He's
again.
dead.
Never to be
He's
seen
dead.
again.
Not again.
Thanks for showing up for the session. Do you have any closing remarks before you have to head out?
I know more than all of you about a certain thing. But
yeah, I know that.
Yeah.
We know. We fucking know.
Would this
Gideon
time
loves-
for me to duck out, or
Yeah, you can fuck it.
You need to leave.
If you also
Yeah,
need to
yeah,
go, then Aros can also.
it's a soft deadline? I can be late to things. I usually am.
You're allowed to leave. I don't know if Aros would
allowed to
help
be
in a
on time.
conversation with Henri and Maeric. I say that lovingly. No, you're allowed to be on time.
Cool. Closing remarks. I mean, we already know that Tony knows more than all of us.
Thank you as well, Aros, for showing up. So, thank you so much. We'll see you later. And with that in mind, we are going to go on a quick break as you guys make your way through the teleportation circle. There is a moment of quiet through the air. Elian spins on his heel and goes, "Are you fucking serious again?" And we are gonna go on our break. We'll be right back. One, and we're back. Ooh, Ethan. We are back where we last left off. Let me quickly recombobulate the stream. So there's some discussion off camera of what the party should be doing next, but where we last left off, the party had just left the domain of the Devarim after setting up a teleportation circle in the middle of everything. And after appearing on the other side, the party had found themselves missing 2 party members, as unfortunately, Gideon and Aros did not join them through the portal, without any explanation. And with Elian triumphantly declaring, "Fuck! Are you fucking kidding me?" that is where we resume.
Let's just go.
Sorry, I just can't fucking believe that this get Aros too.
I don't know. Listen, at least we know that they're probably fine.
If they're with the Devarim, it's probably okay. I wouldn't be surprised if Aros just wants a word with Gideon, considering everything, so let's just give him space for a second.
Together.
Yeah. At least Gideon didn't run off on his own again. Since he's not here, you guys also, I mean, we tried to push it, but he's acting weird, right?
There's something up with him.
Yeah.
I haven't known him long enough, but he's definitely not the person I first met.
He's normally not this chipper about things. Yeah. I don't understand, because there is no charm on him, I would know. Even if it were psionic.
I checked, there was no psionic effect.
Yeah, you
from
can
what
check
I could
that.
tell. It's really strange. It might be something down in whatever he saw. He's kind of been vague about what that was, other than the things he found.
So he was alive for Sepulturnum's fall. Did he fully witness it? How old is he? How old was he during the fall? Lelee, do you know?
Do I know how old he is?
Yeah, he mentioned he mentioned he was 12.
He was 12 when it happened. I mean, I don't remember what he looked like when he was there. Because, I was a baby.
I wonder if it was maybe a mistake bringing him down here. Obviously, he has all right and mean to come do whatever the hell he pleases, but my worry is that this isn't him being charmed in any way, and if it's just his mind blocking out reliving things. It has to be hard on him.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we could push him on it next time we see him.
Maybe. I have a feeling maybe Aros has that covered, but then again, Aros is not the most stunning example of emotional intelligence. No offense,
She needs to talk. They need to talk.
They need to talk. I'll leave them to it.
We have something to do.
Right.
For the record, Devarim was wrong about everything she said about you. In the interest of keeping her on our side, I held back.
Yeah, Alice, are you okay?
Oh, you actually... Oh. It's okay.
Is it though?
I don't know what I expected. I'd always vaguely thought about the possibility of this timeline's Alice still being around, and I don't know what I'd do if I saw another me.
I hate to chalk it up to just this, and hell, I feel like I've been chalking everything up to this recently, but Sepulturnum, this place has, it's corrupted to a point where, I'd take everything with a grain of salt that the people down here say, especially judging of character.
I see where she's coming from, at least.
You're not a monster, and you're not Zabalba.
Thank you. I only hope that maybe by the end of this, she won't keep thinking that he'll come back for her.
Elian pushes his glasses up and crosses his arms. Okay. Walk back in. What are we doing?
I need to do something before we keep going.
Yeah.
Can I tremor sense to see if there's any like safe plots of land? Not too big, just like big enough to fit us.
Yeah.
And like some candles.
I mean, you're on like the main kind of surface of the teleportation circle. You guys went back to kind of the main entrance near the wall. Actually, I feel like for the sake of convenience, I feel like Elian also would have set one up in the room next to Maeric and Henri, so you could have gone back to the two of them if you wanted. It's up to you guys.
I mean, if it makes sense for us to get closer to them.
Yeah, so you guys are still in the hallway near Maeric and Henri. That leads kind of further down into the Devarim's domain and the safe rooms for all of these surviving elves. There's definitely room in this place for you to place candles, do anything like that.
Okay. I don't actually have any candles. I was saying candles as like a form of measurement.
Yeah. You most certainly have room to place things down.
She's going to like sit down, kind of cross her legs, and like not in like crisscross applesauce, you know, but in like it looks like it's significant to her, at least the way that she's sitting. And she is just going to pull out like a spool of bandages, wrist straps, because she doesn't have candles, so she's just gonna like start tying knots, in the bandages and setting them down in front of her. And she kind of looks towards Yaksha and says, "You had someone you needed to mourn too?"
I did.
She ties 3 knots in like a kind of I'd say like a 3 feet sort of situation, and sets them down in front of her, and she pats the ground next to her, inviting everyone to sit down if they want to.
No.
Is that Elian just kind of sits down and just goes, "Is that for everyone who's really can you add?"
Mm-hmm.
Can you add?
She'll tie another knot.
So many. You can tell he's thinking to all the people he just remembered existing but days ago.
And if he just keeps counting, she'll keep adding knots. She's the bandages are athletic wraps, so she has a lot of them.
He names so many under his breath that it reaches the end of your bandage. And eventually he just... It's fine.
And then she'll, because it's so long, she'll stand up, and as long as everybody's sitting, she'll kind of walk in a counterclockwise motion, laying it down around them all. And so she sits back down and she puts her hands kind of like her palms against the floor. And she's like, "I'm gonna say it out loud because I know Devarim can hear us, but I know you guys can. You've never done it my way, at least. Technically, the monastery I grew up in were followers of Varilla, the goddess of nature. We were taught that death was not something to be feared. It's all is one and one is all. Shout out Full Metal Alchemist. When you die, you just become another part of the rest of the world. And I don't know if I'll ever be able to do that. Thrax, you were a great teammate. Despite the fact that sometimes I got kind of annoyed with you. But you were the one who took that final shot. And I'm sorry I didn't know you died until now. Oh, and you were better than your predecessor. You always tried to be even when we knew what you did. And I think you're the reason I can't bring myself to hate the Cleaner Bot or anybody who's a part of that other than Zabalba. It wasn't your fault. I hope your souls are resting, and if not, I hope they rest soon. And I hope you're guided gently into the afterlife. And she kind of nods to Yaksha if he wants to say anything.
At this point, I think Yaksha is going to take off her mask. Let's put it down. Yeah. Asuka. Kechi. You two were my children. Wish I could have done more. I wish that the time we had could have appreciated you more. Never gets easier. I miss you every day.
She'll kind of reach a hand out to Alice. Kind of grab onto one of Alice's free hands and just place Alice's hand gently against the dirt as an offering to say something if she wants to, but she can also stay silent if she has done.
Gosh, I don't know. I'm trying to think about who she would say anything to, because I'm not sure in my brain like who directly.
You don't have to say anything. You can just.
True.
It's like an actual funeral. You sometimes just say anything at the casket. You just.
Maybe after a few moments, she'll just sort of, very quietly, like, I know the line between the Veldrins has always been so thin. I can't help but think maybe there's a chance that this vigor is my Veldrin, or knows me as me, but I think seeing Alice today has really made it solid that I might never see you again, and you might never see me again, and I don't know if you were looking for me, I'm going to hope that you were. But I don't want to be stuck like her. So, I hope wherever, whenever you are, that maybe everything's okay. And maybe there's another me with you, too.
And she'll nod to Elian.
Caleb, Kirsten, Mike, Wayne. There's so many of you that I forgot, and I don't know if I will ever stop blaming myself for not remembering all of your faces, for forgetting you all. We are going to finish what you all started. Promise we will. Your deaths will not be in vain. You all died as heroes. I am gonna make sure that everyone knows it. Everyone knows what you did. What you set up for us. I know you all fought so that I could live to tell your tale. I'll never forget it again. And Sonny, my brother. Promise I'll tell Mom and Dad again what happened to you. Sleep well.
She's going to pull the knotted bandages back towards herself, to where they're all kind of coiled in front of her, and then she's going to pick, like, kind of tear off a piece of the bandages on her hand, and tie, like, a very tiny knot and set it right on top. And she keeps her hands on the floor as she says, "And for the Devarim, I mourn the childhood you never had. I mourn relationships you could never manage. I mourn what you could have been, but I celebrate what you've become. Celebrate the chance that maybe, just maybe, you can be yourself again." And she's going to cast Control Flames from one of the... Yeah, it's elemental thing. And she's just going to light a very small fire, keeping it as far away from herself as she can manage with the fear. And she's going to light the top bandage on fire and just sit there until it is all ash. It's fine. And then once that happens, she's just going to kind of dig a couple inch deep hole and just going to push the ash in and just pat the dirt on top.
May everyone of this island who has fallen, and those who are being remembered here, may you all sleep soundly.
Right. Well, I guess take a moment, go talk to Maeric and Nonri and go deal with Lenz.
Elian slowly stands up and is gonna offer a handout to anyone who wants it to stand up with.
There's a tradition.
Yeah. Hmm?
It's a tradition within the Enemoto-Jiikai. At least if we can recover the bodies to bring them back to ash and over the course of 8 hours cast plant growth to enrich the lands. We don't have that sort of time. I can only move forward.
We can come back and do it later.
We will.
We're gonna help.
To those who are still alive, only keep fighting.
Too.
Okay. Alright, let's... Maeric time, question mark, or are we just gonna go straight to Lenz?
But Maeric,
Bring Maeric with
Are
us.
you sure without Gideon, Aros, everyone, we can do this?
please.
I have imprisonment. And after all we have to do is distract him long enough, right? Really? Yaksha? Alice?
Well, I'm pretty good at moving and distracting.
You're good at taking hits.
I'll do my best.
And I can teleport us all out if things go too awry.
Yeah, we got this.
Even then, I'm sure the others will catch up.
Yeah.
Elian kind of starts stretching himself out. Okay.
She kind of like wipes some of the fallout that has accumulated on the corners of her eyes as like tears because she doesn't have tear ducts.
As you guys all get yourself ready, you notice a pair of eyes looking at you from the hallway as Henri is watching your guys' small ceremony.
Hello, Henri.
No, Asuka.
Hmm? She tilts her head at
Did
Yaksha.
you know? Did you know Asuka?
My parent.
What was she? Was she like? Or she?
My dad told me a lot of things. I don't remember a lot because I was a babe.
It's okay. I don't remember a lot about my parents either.
My dad talks in his sleep about it sometimes. He's always thanking them and then apologizing. I got to ask her questions once when my dad was okay enough to speak with Dad. She says she loves me a lot. I had to say I'm sorry because I don't know who she is. That I didn't know how to love her back.
And that's okay. You know, my mom, she's kind of corrupted in my head. And the first time I saw her, I thought she was trying to kill me. Because I didn't recognize her. It's okay if you don't know her.
She did forgive me. For first making my dad worse.
Do you want to talk about what your curse is? You don't have to. I could tell you mine.
mess up
I
people's
can
magic.
also tell you about these.
I mess up people's magic if I touch their blood.
Oh, well, hey, I don't have any blood. Do anything to me? She's gonna, like, crouch down to get a little closer to her height. To go, you know, if I touch people, I make them really scared. You know, that doesn't really help.
When you look at people, you make them scared.
I guess I do, huh? Well, with the antlers and the teeth and everything. I think it's pretty cool, though.
Yeah. My dad doesn't want me to go with the wolf thing.
You know, we'll bring him right back, right? He doesn't want you to get hurt. And neither do we. And we also don't want your dad to get hurt.
You promise?
She holds her pinky out and it's just like, I'm gonna say, I never make promises I don't keep. So, this isn't a promise. I'm gonna try my best. Can we agree on that? And if I try my best, can you try your best to... She's gonna, like, make an exaggerated thinking motion. You could draw a picture of your dad on the cave wall. I think he'd like that when he came back. When he comes back. So... And I've succeeded the wisdom save.
Callie is kind of like looking over and you can tell she's trying to mouth something through the telepathy group chat, but she has the mask on so you can't fucking tell. She's very animatedly trying to whisper something to you guys.
Ellie, if you want to talk, you can do it through the head.
Oh, right. Yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah. I tried to spend a little bit of time just trying to convince the two of them to maybe part for just a little bit so I can take care of Henri.
Thank you, Cal.
Yeah.
Okay.
Alright, now Henri. I'm not gonna be able to see what the picture looks like, you know, because I don't have any eyes. So I trust that you'll tell me the truth when I ask what it looks like.
I'm not gonna pinky swear you on that.
Alright. Whatever you say.
She walks over to Maeric and, like, plants a little kiss on his forehead, and he just... Are we going? We are leaving.
Mine.
Okay.
Callie's gonna watch Henri, and we'll bring you back right as rain.
Yes. I spoke to Callie and my mama. I will try to do everything I can to help.
Thank you.
You're cutting out, Ethan?
Sorry. That's all we can ask. We do what we can because we must.
Right. He's just gonna, like, hoist himself onto his hands and then just go, a little bit of an issue. Wiggles his stump legs.
Hold on. She's gonna, like, kind of... Because she doesn't have any blood, so in her mind she's like, oh, I'm less of a tasty snack. So she'll kind of, like, crouch in front of him and wait for him to get on.
He does. Remember, I need to be within 30 feet to do it.
Yeah.
To start it. If it leaves the radius, it can't be for long.
I'm pretty good at being distracting.
Ellen, force cage isn't an option?
I don't have force cage. I only have imprisonment.
That's fine.
Listen.
I'll just survive.
I have Rhymes binding.
But I'm best.
That also works.
And try to get that off.
Alien, Do you want to stay by Maeric?
I'll stay by Maeric. I have teleport at the ready as well.
Yeah. I'm better running around and being distracting. Than,
Yeah.
I've also got the face, the purple hair,
I can also just try and run him back towards where everything is.
Okay. Alright.
Are there plants on the walls? Or mushrooms or any...
There's a couple mushrooms, yeah, but most of them are like blanched and kind of dying.
See. Okay. Can I just pluck one off?
Mm-hmm.
My pocket?
Mm-hmm. Okay. To Lenz.
Okay. To Lenz.
Should be a confined area, right? So it won't get away and attract it with noise. Well, we know where it is.
It's
right.
there. Yes, it's nearby, and the other way down the tunnels.
Okay.
Ready?
Ooh. I never thought I'd be so nervous about seeing my uncle.
Huh. One fuck of a family reunion this will be. It'll be fine.
Yeah,
It'll be fine.
yeah.
Worst case scenario, I teleport us out.
Yeah, you teleport us out. It's also not the worst
Hold
family
on.
reunion I've ever been to.
Yeah.
We need to give Lenz a body. Give me an hour.
Give me an hour. Can we just say you've been doing this?
Yeah.
The whole time.
You've been working on this. You've been slowly
Okay.
making. Yeah, you've been making progress.
Give me an hour.
We don't know what Lenz looks like, so it's just a generic human body.
Yeah, what I'm curious about is what
I-
have you been trying to make your Lenz?
I think I'm sort of making... Because the only thing I know about Lenz is that he's related to Lelee.
Yeah.
So, I'm making a human, obviously, because I am the Colossi of humans. But I'm trying to make it like a sort of masked version of Lelee. Without the sharp teeth and with eyes.
Here's my question.
Yeah.
Are you trying to construct an elf?
I'm gonna ask that. I'm gonna ask Lelee. This is like jumping back in time like that.
I feel like if
I guess I've never tried.
Body, an elf might be a better idea if you can try, just because he's going from a wolf and to a human. If it doesn't work, that's okay.
Carolyn, guide me. I guess I'll try.
I believe in you.
Corellin's...
Then,
yeah.
In fact, I'm not sculpting Lelee then. I'm gonna sculpt what I remember Corellin to look like.
Yeah.
With purple hair.
Yeah, you've been, I think, almost doing that absent-mindedly, too. Because it's the best frame of reference you have in your head. You were once part of the immaterial starfall that made up all of the gods and colossi at once, until you were all separated, so there was a point where you were Corellin, where you felt as Corellin, as all of your siblings. You draw upon that old crucible sensation. It's about when you guys have gotten ready that you sculpt the last pieces and slowly run your hand over the clay to spike up 2 elven ears. So, is that how people used to be made?
That's freaky. I mean, it's kind of cool.
Sorry, I didn't expect to be crying 2 times today.
Oh.
Let's go.
Are you okay? We'll walk and talk. Are you okay?
I just miss him.
My uncle?
Elian does not realize, like, what Yaksha is getting at here, because I don't think anyone here knows what Corellin looked like. Maybe besides maybe besides Alice, because Alice does know what Corellin looks like. Yeah.
Oh.
So
You're the
Elian,
only one that knows what I'm talking about.
Elian mutters
You-
under his breath to Lelee, "Did Yaksha have a thing with your uncle?"
I guess. I
Oh,
don't. I guess.
Yaksha, do you want a hug?
I'd like that.
Really,
Yeah. And
I mean,
just big arm loop.
I mean, I know that, like, there's history between, like, I think there was, like, a story of how, wasn't it the humans that killed Corellin? So at some point he had to have been around here, so.
oh my god, you actually had a thing with my uncle.
Let's go.
Okay.
I'm going to choose to ignore the fact that I have a 25 passive perception, and we're just gonna move on.
Yeah.
I mean, you probably hear that, and you
Absolutely
decide,
not.
like,
I'm
not
choosing
right
to
now.
I'm too distracted by thoughts of Corellin and
Okay.
also Alice hugging.
Okay, that's fair.
I think
That's fair.
Alice hears Lelee and Elian just, like, debating that between the two of them.
Oh wait, hold on.
No.
I need to. If that's an hour, let me make my concentration.
No, it's been happening.
It's been
But
happening.
yeah,
Yeah.
it was like sort of while you were setting up the funeral. I
Oh,
was setting
sorry.
up the
No, Lelee needs to make a con save. For
Yeah,
wild
for
magic.
the.
Yeah.
It's okay. I got a nat 20.
You're good. And Ines, what were you gonna say?
Fine.
Just letting Yaksha go on a bit further, just kind of turns towards Elliot and Lelee and goes like, "No, the body is sculpted after Corellin."
Oh,
Yeah.
Okay.
that
Yeah.
makes more sense.
Yeah, I was starting to
Yeah.
get a little worried. I was gonna have to call Yaksha aunt.
No.
I was just trying to figure out the timeline.
Very
Yeah,
fair, but just to make sure you didn't start going down a strange path there. No, that
A
was
strange
that was a
path.
sibling.
It's a normal path. Take. Let's find my uncle and do the thing.
Let's go.
You make your way down these halls and these corridors, returning back to the split path where you first came upon Enzo's form and where you headed towards Maeric's false monochord. Now, there's only one stringed instrument noise left. It's coming from the other cavern.
She's going to hand Maeric off to Elian, just in preparation.
Elian holds on.
time.
Right. You have the jump. Stealth.
Stealth all the way.
Oh, if we want the jump, yeah. I'm casting Pass Without a Trace.
Yeah, absolutely. So, Yaksha, you quickly once again re-up Pass Without Trace and are going to kind of touch you touch the ground. Everyone has +10 to stealth. If you guys are sneaking your way into the wolf's den, I need you all to make a group stealth check.
Okay.
I'll write it in rolls. I don't.
Ooh, Alice, nice. Oh, wait. 32. Oh, that was the old stealth. That was the old stealth. I was like, oh, I see.
That was the old one. I also got higher though, so.
Yeah. It's okay.
Ba-ba.
Oh, Elian.
Yeah, Elian clutching out with a nat 20. So that was a 22, 15, nat 20, 18, 17. And that is not adding the +10, so... Okay, that's what that rounds to. So, you guys all fall into a rhythmic, slow step. Your footsteps all at once become muted and quiet as you start to walk into this den. The noises start to get louder. The monochord is all you can hear, this low, droning, aching tune. And then you find yourself entering a forge. Or at least used to be. Perhaps once, long ago, it was more intact. The royal forge of arc blades, covered in brilliant brickwork, metal, massive towering kilns and furnaces, would have been brilliantly lit up with purple and blue flames. The fervent sounds of hammers would be gently tapping away at metal. That would have been a delightful little melody. But now, it's far too quiet, and far too hot. The fire is too burning. It feels like it hurts the edges of all your skin. There's a sound of metal on metal, but it's more like mandible clicking than it is a craftsman at their precision handiwork. What's worse is everything is grafted and added to the place. There's the telltale signs of a crafter who could not stop their hands from working, even as they grew shaking and their mind grew placked. Swords are half-started and half-finished. Axes, spears, and polearm monstrosities litter the floor and walls. Some are sculpted a little too close to human anatomy, and some are just nasty, rusted, jagged pieces of metal. A lot of it has been thrown to the floors, and clambered through without love or care. There are so many cradles in this forge. Parts of them scattered like limbs in no man's land. Above it all, there is a shadow being cast over the forge. This place, you see, stretches upward on conveyor belts and stairs and ladders made of blades, and there's a walkway, kind of a couple of pillars that overlooks it all, where you see heaving movement. And for a second, you hear the monochord stop. You all freeze, stock still. Yaksha and Alice can see what Lelee's tremor sense cannot. A hurling motion as something bites forward and makes a crunch on something, and then stops. Its body heaves again. But this time it sounds like a sob. It's eating something up on that walkway. Its thin, wiry frame is also packed with an inherent strength in those long, stretched proportions covered in wiry fur, a mix of soot-stained black, mixed with the shockingly elegant array of lome, purples, blues, pinks. His long limbs sink him deep into the ground, but holy fuck, he's massive. The flowing cloths draped over him seem to have been stitched to the fur hair on his body, just making a miasma of movement that makes his anatomy hard to fully parse. There's a jingling from each of his movements. There's tools knotted into the flowing mane of hair, goggles fused to his eyes, and then blinded further by a strange helmet-looking thing he must have put on at some point. By the redness dripping down his face, it looks like he tried to nail sheet metal over his eyes to block out the chance of seeing you all. He clearly still found something, though, as he heaves his massive head up and pulls something snap in two that strings and bleeds as it is then lapped up. There's quiet as the beast shudders, and then monochord. He's suspended on rafters that sit about 60 feet up in the air. But he has not noticed you. What you do.
Are we within, is Maeric within 30 feet at this point?
No. He's up 90 feet in the air on a bit of rafters.
Hey. Are there any ways, visible ways, that we can get up higher?
You know, let me go ahead and show you.
Oh.
Uh-oh.
Awesome.
Uh-oh.
Battle map.
Let me go ahead and just show off what exactly you guys are looking at here.
Oh, yeah.
So, you guys are all faced with the following sight. As you are within this forge that stretches upward to this here walkway. where Lenz is about 90 feet up on this rafter. And from there, you guys are backed off about 90 feet away, and then it's 90 feet up. So you're very far from him.
What Yaksha is going to do, at least, is going to try to creep as close as possible to the wolf and try to get a surprise attack on it.
Okay. So you were going to 5, 10, 20. I mean, we don't really have to count. So you, I guess,
I'll
what
advise Lelee do the same.
What path are you taking? Or I guess, where do you want to position yourself?
I guess from the left.
Okay, so you're going this way. Up this path?
That's a clear staircase, but is there a less... Oh, sorry.
Yes.
There's a clear staircase in the middle. Is there another path away from it?
This is a way up towards it.
Okay. I think I'll take that way.
Okay.
And I'll also advise Lelee to get as close as possible. I think Alice and Elian can safely maintain their distance.
I think I'm just going to turn into a cloud of mist and kind of position myself, because we're not in initiative yet, so movement is as movement does. So I'm just going to become mist and kind of go on the opposite.
All right. So you're going to start heading this way. So I think, Yaksha, you are going to head like swiftly up these stairs and get on this kind of walkway that leads up to the one that Lenz is actually on. So you scamper your way to about here. Does that sound good?
Sure.
That's about as close as you can get right now, before its head cranes up and it starts sniffing the air. So you stop there for now. Lelee, you turn into mist and fly over this kind of area, I'm assuming. And do you want to go on the rafters up here?
Yeah.
Okay.
Just kind of floating there.
You float up on this side of Lenz, about, I think, as close as you can get. So if Yaksha is about here, then that is going to be so about 25 feet away. So you can get probably about here. I will just say that this area is actually just like, we're pretending it's a walkway.
Yeah. I figured.
Yeah. Okay. So, that is where you guys are. Alice and company.
I kind of wanted to actually get closer too. I know Yaksha said steer back, but
what's the range of your spells, like energy beam and stuff like that?
Energy beam is 120 feet, which is nice, but isn't he technically like 180 feet away right now?
Yes, he is 180 feet away.
Then find that minimum range.
Yeah.
So you'd have to go 40 feet closer, 60 feet closer.
I guess so. Okay. It's not great.
Yeah.
You are way further than it looks like because he's elevated.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can go around like here. Kind of in the middle. Split the difference.
We could do that, yeah. I'll just be seen, which is sad, but yeah, we'll do our best.
You're still like underneath the shadow of the rafter. So as you as your path, so from back here, I think you kind of like scoot by and are going to go down these stairs to where the lava of the forge is, and you feel its heat rushing against you as you very carefully make your way over and set yourself up in range, making sure that you are under the shadow of these great rafters the whole time. Okay. Elian is going to, I mean, he has to get Maeric closer. So I think what he's gonna do, I think he's gonna position himself, so it's 90 feet up, so he's gonna have to go on the rafters. So Elian is gonna take Maeric and is gonna follow Yaksha up over here.
Also, question: how far away are the allies away from me? How far away is Yaksha, Elian, Lelee?
So these guys are all up on the rafters, which is 90 feet up in the air. The rafters stretch up to. So whatever the current like the distance plus 90. So Yaksha, so these guys are around like 50 plus 90 feet up. Lelee is 45 plus 90. Lenz, yeah.
Okay.
So, and Elian and Maeric are not within 30 feet just yet. But this is as far as you guys can go without Lenz actively checking the area. So, what would you like to do?
telepathic link still active?
Okay.
Yeah.
Alright. It's too big for me to grapple. I can pin it down, I can distract. Are you ready to go?
I just gotta keep him occupied.
I'm ready.
I'm ready when you are.
Very well. Before we engage in anything, I'm going to... Oh, that would break concentration, so I should do it. Yeah, I'm gonna remove my head first, just in preparation.
There's a quiet crackling of electricity as you do so, and I want you to roll stealth as you're doing this. Because it is going to make noise. But you have pass without trace up.
That is a total of 29.
29, and you, once again, you see the ear flicker, and you hear the head suddenly...
Ready?
Lenz does not make eye contact with you. Instead stares off further into the forge. So.
Okay.
You guys, right now, have surprise. Would you like to enter initiative?
Are we all down to enter initiative?
I'm in.
Yeah,
Then,
let's go!
Without further ado, we'll roll for initiative. Let's fucking go.
Oh,
Alright.
For
For the sake of convenience,
was this?
Maeric and Elian are going to share initiative with Maeric's modifier, which is 13. Okay. And let's see.
I love alert.
Oh yeah, alert's fucking whew. So that's
If you were all 60 feet within of me, we could have gotten a 10 plus bonus to initiative, but we're not.
It's
That's
okay.
okay.
Lad! Oh, I got rollies.
Oh.
I got rollies.
Rollies,
So,
Lenz.
when we're back in initiative.
Let me fix this. There we go. Rollies is a 11.
Okay, I got a 15. So Lenz is after me when we're in regular initiative, but surprise round.
Okay, so without further ado, your surprise round has begun, and first initiative is going to be Yaksha.
Okay,
I'm
step one.
initiative playing right now. Don't worry.
And I'm going to activate Guardian of Nature.
Fuck yeah.
Outside powers take over, which gives me extra walking speed, and I'm going to go all the way up to the wolf.
5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30.
I have extra movement speed because
35,
of Guardian
40.
of Nature. Yep. And actually, I'm gonna be 5 more feet away because I have a reach weapon.
Yep, right there.
There we go. And
Okay,
I'm going
perfect.
to attack.
Oh, hell yeah. So, start us off. Start attacking.
I have advantage. That's -5. -5 plus 15. Yeah. That is. First one is 29 to hit.
29 is going to hit.
Yep. I'm going to use attack.
You're going to use
Actually-
what, sorry?
No, I'm not, because it's bigger than large, so I can't.
Yes.
Yeah, so that would be... It's 600.
Let me know when you get that damage.
That would be... Sorry. Oh, I'm going to keep adding this damage afterwards. But,
Yes. Okay, perfect.
attack it again.
Mhm.
There's a 19 hit.
19 does not hit.
Using precision attack.
Mhm.
Add another that. Which adds an 8. So that would be higher. 27.
Yeah, that hits. 27
And then I'm going
hits.
to action search.
Okay, action surge. Fuck
Action
yeah.
search with attack again, that is higher. That is also higher. So all 4 are going to hit.
Can we get much higher?
I'm going to roll a lot of dice, so you can move on after my
Fuck.
turn.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, so Yaksha, you are going to just rush up the side of these rafters, head off, and are going to spin around your weapon in the air and are just going to start rending it into Lenz's side. And as you do, you hear the sound of monochord break and instead is replaced with "Ah! No! What are you doing?" As we are going to move on to next in initiative in the surprise round, as you just start rending into Lenz's side. Lelee, it is your turn.
Now an elf again. She's going to run forward, and then with her staff of striking, I'm going to make 2 attacks at him.
Okay, so 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45. You can make that?
Yeah, alright.
Yeah.
Now time to roll.
Yeah, so as Lenz is getting struck on one side, Lelee, you immediately run behind, and as Lenz is turning to, like, heave his hulking frame towards Yaksha, screaming out in agony, you quickly strike from behind, take out the Staff of Striking, and just start plunging it into his body.
Each is going to be 3 charges, and for the first one I got a 29 to hit.
29 hits?
And the second I got 31 to hit.
Those hit.
Okay, yippee.
We've learned that anything over 25 hits.
Okay, let me roll my damage. Give me a second.
Of course. And if you are rolling damage, that we'll just move on, and then you let me know what the damage is. What was the damage from your attacks, Yaksha?
I'm sorry, I'm still calculating.
Okay, yeah. Just let me know. We'll circle back to you. Next up in initiative is going to be, because Lenz is surprised and cannot make an action, Alice, it is your turn.
I'd like to assess foe. I'm doxing him.
Fuck yeah, absolutely. Bonus action, assess foe. So you look up at Lenz and are going to open up these eyes, which pierce a shining pink glow. Reminder, what does that do? What do I give you?
Current hit point total, all immunities, resistances, vulnerabilities.
Okay, current hit point total is 502. So 502, you guys can fucking, so HP of Lenz is 502. Immunities, resistances, etc. Is that also something that you get?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, immunities, resistances, vulnerabilities.
Immunities, necrotic and radiant. Resistances, bludgeoning, fire, force, piercing, slashing. Does not matter if they're magical weapons.
Okay.
It does not have any vulnerabilities.
And then I'm going to half that.
Yep.
So it's 53 slashing damage and 18 lightning damage.
So, yeah, is that all you get, by the way? Just hit points, immunities, resistances, vulnerabilities?
Yes.
Okay.
And then, can I move closer? I'd like to move closer if possible.
Does anyone want to be closer? I will say this is a staircase up onto the ledge, if you want to go.
I'd like to try and go up the ledge then.
Okay, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Okay, 30. Okay. So 30, and you've also, we'll say that you've also ascended about 30 feet, so you are, so that would be, so let me do math, so you're 30 feet away on that, and then it would be 90 minus 30, so you are 60 feet away from Lenz.
Perfect. I would like to ego whip. So this is an action where Lenz has to make an intelligence saving throw.
Okay, intelligence saving throw. So you are going to just, like, cast your hand up in the air after basically doxing it, and I'm assuming you're immediately, like, spreading that through the telepathy channel, the weaknesses, resistances. So everyone gets this spark in their mind of information, and from there, Alice, you kind of, like, take your other hands back, and this kind of whip of psychic energy is going to appear in it. Lenz makes an intelligence saving throw, and the intelligence saving throw is going to be a 14, which I believe fails.
It does! Okay. I'm gonna roll the damage, but also on the action on your next turn, you can only take dodge, disengage, or hide.
Woo! Oh, hell yeah. That's fucking good. That's big. Okay, 71 damage total from Yaksha. Already halved, perfect. And yeah, Alice, you take that ego whip out, and now I can only disengage, hide, or dodge. Fuck yes. As Alice, you send this whip around Lenz, and it kind of like wraps around his neck. You see those eyes go stark wide underneath the kind of lenses that cover them up, and there's just howling and such, as I think this ego whip honestly makes him in control of his senses for a bit, as suddenly his mouth that was just hanging open with this sudden urge to fight back snaps shut and goes, why are you doing this? You all need to run!
Back to him! Talk to him while I can't.
All right.
Fuck.
And Lelee, Alice, is that your turn?
I think so, yes.
Perfect. Fuck yeah. So that is going to bring us, and that was 29 damage from Lelee. You take 18 as you recoil. Sounds good, Yaksha. So as your guys' flurry of attacks gets off, that is going to bring us to Elian and Maeric. Elian is going to just get Maeric up on his back and is just going to go, all right, buddy, your time. And is going to 5, 10, 15, 20. Is going to get Maeric within 30 feet. Yep, that's within 30 feet. And Maeric is just going to close his eyes and is just going to go, focus. Focus. Please, spirits of the damned, release this man from his suffering. Release this man from madness. Free him from it all. And that is going to make a radius of about 30 feet, which I believe 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. So that is the radius centered around Maeric, which is going to be from here. Maeric is going to put it. There we go. So as this energy is going to start radiating out from Maeric, as you start to see this golden glow receding out from his eyes that is a lot more controlled than the frenzied yellow flame that usually swirls inside of it. As you start to see strands of energy being pulled from Lenz. The 10-minute timer has started, so Ethan, if you can keep track of the 10 minutes of Maeric's spell here, it has just started. Elian is going to shed 5 of his AC and give that 5 to Maeric to give him like extra cover, and is going to take the dodge action. And that is going to be those two's turn. So that is going to bring us back up into initiative to Yaksha.
Can you give me a contested athletics check? I'm going to try to shove Lenz prone.
Yeah. So you try to shove Lenz to the ground, and with
I got a 29.
I got a 34. You try to take your colossi strength, and like you're surrounded by the nature, like the force of nature and such itself, as you push your body against Lenz's form, trying to knock him down, but you are met with brutish and ungodly strength.
All right, then I'm using the second attack to actually hit it. Actually, no, I'm going to try to shove it again.
Go for it.
That's a natural 20. Which is a total
that's going to succeed.
32. Okay. Yeah, then Lenz is now prone.
Okay, fuck yeah. This time, once again, you kind of rear backwards, and this time, as you shove your force into Lenz, you feel a slight spark in the back of your head, and it's just gonna go, and you hear a slight voice off in the distance of, restore him, one of my children. Brother, you must. Corellin's voice gives you that extra push, and Lenz is now knocked prone. So we're gonna do that. So, knocked prone.
And I'm just going to use my second wind, get like a pitiful amount of HP. That's my whole thing.
Yeah. Okay, that's your turn. Lelee, your turn. Lenz is prone.
He's prone.
Which means you have advantage on every attack.
Yep.
Yay! I don't know why I sounded so excited about that. Beating the fuck out of my uncle. I'm sorry. I've been like trying to calculate what I can actually do.
I think as this is happening, as you're figuring that out as well, I think as Lenz is pushed over, he's been absolutely being rended from every side at this point, and you see in his shaking form as he's just gonna go, you're here to put me down. Good. Do it. Do it now, please. And as he's like raging against his own body and such, and still on the ground writhing, I think he kind of spins his head around, and he's looking wide-eyed at you, Lelee. He's gonna go, you lived. You lived. You lived.
I'm not gonna put you down.
Don't let me kill you, please.
What the fuck can I do? Ah! I'm gonna activate Charge Blood. Fuck it, man.
Hell yeah. You need blood first. You're gonna have to bite someone.
That's true. Who's...
Bite me if you want.
Hello, Lenz. I can't get to you. Oh wait, yes I can. My movement speed is 55 feet. I'm coming over.
With Ego Whip, do I still have reactions, Alice?
I think you do.
Okay.
It just says if you
It's okay. Key point disengage.
Key point disengaged. Fuck yeah, Lelee. You see as his like mouth immediately like starts to writhe open as instead of Lenz's voice coming out again, it's just as you quickly just like I think honestly there's like a ledge leading off and you run across that, you flip underneath it for a second and like monkey crawl underneath the side of the bridge. So you see as he's trying to claw at you from the other side, but you step back around and make your way over to Yaksha.
Fucking slurp.
Do you even give Yaksha like warning of this?
We have the telepathy.
Yeah, we have the mind things. She's probably like, oh shit, I need blood, and then Yaksha's like, come here, and then she just Yaksha takes her head off. Is there like blood there?
Is there?
I think there is.
Hard.
It's
there must be.
Okay,
yeah, go for it.
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, this is gonna sound really weird. I'm just gonna lick it off of your neck.
Awesome.
Yeah.
I don't know how else to say it. Anyway, now
you go for the open scar tissue, and I think you just like snatch onto it like a leech and just some up, and then immediately turn around and start crackling with electricity. I'm assuming that's the one you're going for.
Yeah, that's the one I'm going for. I can't do anything this turn.
Yeah, you do have electric blood. I think, honestly, the electricity that shoots out of Lelee is the similar color to Yaksha's as Lelee goes into charge blood.
Wait.
Yeah?
Would that give me a charge? With charged blood?
Oh, yeah, it would. I'll give you that. You're drinking electric blood.
2d6 lightning damage for the next attack I make. I don't think I can do anything else this turn. Because activating charged blood, is that an action or a bonus action? You never.
That's an action.
Okay. Yeah. So I'm sitting pretty.
That is your turn, Lelee. Which means it is now Lenz's turn. However, due to Ego Whip, I can only dash, dodge, or disengage if I'm not mistaken. So I think what Lenz is going to do is he's going to get up from prone, so that's going to be half movement. So no longer prone, half of his movement speed. And then is going to action dash away to basically, like, re-up full movement speed. And he is going to basically try and make himself as scarce as possible. So, like, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40. And is going to... No, he can't make a leap because that would be an extra thing. So Lenz is just going to start running away and trying to make distance between everyone. And is just slowly, like, huffing and panting, just... That's that. So that's Lenz's turn. That's all he can do. That is going to bring us to next initiative, which is going to be Alice.
Okay, so, like, this is bad because we need him back in the circle, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Is it possible for me to... With my movement speed, would I be able to get within the circle again? I have an idea.
Ooh, yeah, I think you can. So that'd be 5. You'd have to run away from Lenz and probably get opportunity attack, though, to get up on the rafters and over. Is that something you're willing to tank?
My AC is like 14.
Can you tank a hit?
Hey, actually, hang on. Hold on. I'm sorry. I'm gonna.
No. Take your turn.
Can I
take your time?
Let me see. If you haven't moved yet, you can just okay. Okay. Shit. Actually, no. I don't. Oh, I can't do this because it takes a bonus action to switch to nomadic step anyway. Fuck. But, like, okay. This is so impossible! Shit!
I mean, you could take the hit.
I could probably tank one hit. I'll tank the hit.
Okay, so you are gonna...
All for a dream.
5, 10...
All for an idea.
15, 20, 25, 30. So you're getting closer to it. You get up...
I can't even... Fuck!
So you rush up the rafters, and as you do, as Lenz is trying to make himself scarce, you see a flash of movement out of the corner of your eye as teeth bared just rake out towards you, Alice. Whoa, fuck! I just threw my dice everywhere. Okay, so. Cool, that is a 28 to hit.
That hits. That's
You were gonna you're gonna take 12 points of piercing damage.
Oh, okay. I was
As
really
a
scared.
jaw just like reaches forward and just.
Okay. Shit, I'm not close enough, but it'll.
You can.
No,
I
actually,
mean,
this will be-
Maeric and Elian can move at any point. You can ask them to get closer to you.
Actually, it could fit. I'm gonna try this. Okay. My bonus action to switch to nomadic step, and then, as my action, I'm going to try and baleful transposition Lenz back over. Please make a wisdom save.
Ooh, okay. That was a 14 on the wisdom save.
That fails. Get swapped with me.
Okay. So yeah, Alice, you rush past Lenz and then clap your hands together, and then immediately Lenz appears where you just were, closer to the circle.
Just try to stay still, Lenz. Just try to stay still. We're getting you out of there.
Just snarling at you. Okay. That is your turn, Alice?
Yep.
Fuck yeah. Oh, that was so fucking cool. Okay, so that's gonna bring us to Maeric and Elian, to which Elian is immediately just going to 5, 10, 15, 20, to bring that... Yeah, there we fucking go. To bring the radius close enough of Lenz. Yeah, so Elian's still carrying Maeric, and Elian is going to take his action and is going to try and cast Rhymes Binding Ice. It's a 30-foot cone. Is he going to do that?
I mean, you can also, like, he could cast it through us. I feel like Yaksha and Lelee would be more than willing just to, like, scoot a little bit. Oh,
Yeah,
wait, no, cone. Never mind.
Yeah,
Cone. Kind
cone.
of suck.
Wait, Elian didn't take all of his movement. He's gonna quickly, like, basically do the thing where he, like, swaps with Lelee for a second. And then is gonna cast the cold. Like, puts Maeric down for a second.
Yeah.
He's gonna try and cast Rhymes Binding Ice, so he goes forward and is gonna clap his hands together, and a bunch of cold energy washes through the room. Lenz has to make a con save. That's a natural 20. Elian is going to snap his other fingers and is gonna silver... Okay, Lelee is gonna snap her fingers and silvery barbs.
Fuck you!
And remember, you give advantage to someone, question mark? Okay.
Yes, I'm gonna give advantage to Yaksha.
Yaksha.
Don't give it to me. I have advantage on everything.
That was
Okay,
a...
never mind. I'm giving advantage to
That is
Alice.
also gonna save as Elian just kind of bows his head and goes, "It's okay, it's worth a shot, thanks, Lelee," and is gonna back up again. So that was an attempt at Rhymes Binding Ice. I think Lenz just, like, immediately smashes through the ice as it appears. So that's gonna be that, and that is gonna bring us back to top of initiative. Yaksha.
Nice. We'll do it again. Also, something I forgot to mention is that, yeah, so we can just, we don't have to retract anything, but, like, while you're within 20 feet of me, it is difficult terrain for you through Guardian of Nature.
Got it.
Yeah. So I'm going to reapproach. And like, be within 10 feet, and I guess I'm just gonna hit it.
Fuck yeah.
Does that's great weapon master. Does a 22 hit?
22 hits.
And I'm gonna hit again. Oh, that's higher.
Can we get much higher?
Can move on.
Okay, so you are doing your damage. We'll move on from there. So that is going to bring us to Lelee.
I'm gonna do the same thing. I'll move up closer. Actually, can I move around to the front to try and beat Lenz back into the radius?
Oh, fuck yeah. I don't even think mechanically that can work without certain abilities, but 5, 10, 15,
I mean like
20.
I mean like in terms of like cornering him.
Yeah.
Because he keeps trying to get himself 30. Away from us, but if I'm on this side.
Yeah, so you get right up in his face.
Yeah. She basically just snarls right back at the wolf as she attacks, because she'll use her savage striking again, but like I know it's gonna get halved, but it's still worth it.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right, so you immediately snarl in his face and are just going to start batting with the quarterstaff, just like trying to rage forward and just keep him on the back foot. So, as you are doing that, as you're calculating the damage, I am first going to take a legendary action as Lenz, and I am going to bite you, Lelee.
Okay.
25.
21. Oh, that hits.
21
Does
hits.
21 hit you?
Yes, 21
Okay.
hits me.
And then that's also a 24. So both
24
of those
hits.
hits.
Both
Yours
of those
hits
hit.
me.
Yours hits me. Okay, mine hits you. You were going to take 17 points of piercing damage as a jaw just rages forward and clamps down on you in return as you just like you take one stiff shot against like the back of his head. He like reaches forward and bites at your arm, and then you immediately spin the curl like you curl the quarterstaff around once again, smack him right across the head, to which he staggers back, and then there's a I don't want to hurt you. Why? You need to run.
Do you, so with him biting down, would he take lightning damage just a bit?
He would.
Okay. Do you want me to just roll a d6 for that? Just
Yeah,
basic?
yeah. And it is going to be Lenz's turn now as you are calculating your damage, Lelee.
Yeah, we're having fun over here, guys.
Yeah.
Did I type it on the channel? Oh, that's initiative. Sorry.
Yeah, so Lenz is going to, once again, is going to, like, rear backward, and I'm gonna have him try and make a wisdom saving throw to fight off the urge to attack you, Lelee.
Mm-hmm.
That is going to fail. So Lenz just yells out that warning towards you, and then she's gonna, I can't stop myself! Is going to lash forward and is going to make 4 bite attacks against you.
Okay.
So you have shield, right?
Lowest was a 22.
Yeah, I do. Yeah, those all hit. I don't
Okay.
think Shield's not gonna help me here.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So, yeah, Jaw goes forward and is gonna pick Lelee up off the ground and like a fucking rag doll is going to just start slamming Lelee's body against the ground in response. And the entire time, Lenz is going, no! 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 As he's doing it, and that is gonna be 48 points of bludgeoning damage.
Okay.
Uh-huh. That is gonna be Lenz's turn. And with Lelee in the bite, you are grappled by this, Lelee. So as a bonus action, Lenz is going to make a leap. He's gonna have the fucking hops. And so Lenz's leap is a total of 40 feet, so...
Can I make an attack of opportunity?
You absolutely can.
Right.
But do you have Sentinel?
Pardon? Well, he's
Do you
leaving.
have Sentinel?
No,
Yeah,
but he's leaving.
I know, but I'm just asking in case you're gonna stop his
no, I
movement.
don't.
Okay,
Oh,
yeah.
oh, sorry.
Yep.
So that is a... See, Great Weapon Master, that 19 to hit?
19 does not hit.
Precision attack.
Precision attack.
No.
Yep, 22 hits. So you spin your weapon around as Lenz leaps out of you and you nick him by the tail, but he still manages to just leap through the air, Lelee in mouth, and is going to just like land right next to the forge and just... Fix you. Fix you. That is going to be Lenz's turn.
Okay, that is 15 slashing damage.
Okay,
And
15 slashing.
And 5 lightning.
Cool. That's Lenz's turn. Alice.
I could
I'm
do the
having
same
these,
thing
by the way.
again and try, because he's really close to the lava right now. It's not really great for Lelee. Okay. If I scurry towards the radius again, what is that? A little closer to the radius.
5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Plus he's like bigger than you, so getting here would get him back in the radius.
Okay, I'm gonna try it again. Ooh, the wisdom save.
Wisdom save. Natural 20. How far is Elian? How far is Elian? Because he will try to silvery barbs. 45, but that's plus 90. What is the range of silvery barbs?
How far does this silver barb?
How far does a silver barb?
I have a thing, but I don't know if I want to use it.
Okay, Elian cannot silvery barbs from this range. He will try and cast a hand out and is just gonna go, fuck, too far!
I have a thing where if I do... Okay, if I do this, I can't use my psychic focus for a while, but... Might as well! It says I get to impose disadvantage on a saving throw or something against my...
okay, yeah.
Support.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, impose disadvantage. That one is gonna be a 13. So that fails.
Fail!
So Lelee is left down there. Alice You
Bye.
swap with Lenz, and you manage to like feel Lelee in your hands, who is now just covered in teeth marks and gashes.
Oh goodness. Okay.
Uh,
Are you all right? Ready to go?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Okay.
All right, Alice, is that your turn?
I believe so. You know, it's my bonus action to just regain a little bit of health point. It says that after I use, yeah, it's a thing.
Mm-hmm.
It's a thing
Okay.
I can do.
Yeah.
Oh, I have Colossi Slayer. I should be doing way more damage. That's on me.
We
That's
don't
on
want
me.
to kill him. We don't want to kill him. To be fair, we don't want to kill him.
We just need to keep
Oh,
him
God.
down.
Yeah, knocking him down is a good thing. Okay, Maeric. So Maeric is still trying to keep steady, but seeing that Lelee has now gotten bit into, now that biting is happening, Meric's gonna make a wisdom saving throw to keep concentration. And he does, as he's just... You see his mouth starting to open, and Elian is gonna give him the help action. Did give him the help action is what I'm getting at, as Elian's like, come on, bud, stay focused. Alright, and that is gonna be Maeric and Elian, which is gonna bring us back up to Yaksha.
Yeah, I'm going to. God, I need this wolf to hit me instead. Because I'm in the circle. So, okay, I can't grapple him because huge, and I'm
Huge.
only medium.
Huge guy.
Yes. Okay. I can only. The lightning surging within me, causing me to bleed so much, attracts the wolf, and keep hitting it.
Fuck yeah.
That's a 24,
24?
and that's higher.
Okay. Just real quick question. How long has it been for the Maeric spell?
Yes. Hold on. I was about. So
Oh, as like bookkeeping, charge blood is now gone. No more.
Got it.
okay.
No more.
So
bleeding.
one turns. It's 1 minute 18 seconds.
Mm-hmm.
Fuck.
For Maeric, it's been less than a minute.
Oh shit.
Oh god.
It's okay. If once the wolf is unconscious, we time skip. So okay. Again, I'm gonna roll my billion dice. We can move on.
Yep.
I love rolling a billion dice.
Okay. Current hit points of Lenz is currently 271 as last stated by Lelee. So that is going to bring us to next in initiative, which is going to be Lelee.
Hi. I gotta fucking get back up there, man. What the fuck?
Hell yeah.
Yeah, 55. Did he move any further down?
No.
Or was it just across?
Just-
okay.
just-
I'm just gonna. I have 55 total movement
5,
speed, so I'll just get
10,
as close
15,
as I.
20, 25,
Yeah.
30, 35, yeah. Because you're going upstairs. You can just get the fuck back up.
Just get up, man. Just get up.
I get
I'm going
up.
to cast Chaos Bolt
Fuck yeah.
for fun. Because my melee stuff has been a little bit tired out. Oh, right, I have to roll to hit for Chaos Bolt. I always forget. Playing a spellcaster is strange.
It's so
a 24 to
strange.
hit.
24 absolutely hits.
And then this will be lightning damage.
Lightning damage,
I love
hell
Chaos
yeah.
Bolt.
I'm out of curiosity, have you guys been able to hear the music?
Yes.
Yes, we have. through this video.
Yeah. I hope you've been enjoying it.
I love it. It's so fun. Okay, 2d8 plus 1d6.
2d8. Woo!
Huh.
Yeah, so Lelee, once again, so you just like jump out of Alice's hands and rush up the staircase once again up to facing Lenz, where you clap your hands together and start casting magic. And right as you are starting to cast, you actually just like, once again, you see Lenz's face soften for just a second as you just see, you can cast. You are just like my sister.
That's 17 damage, and as she casts this lightning damage, she's like, we're gonna get you back to normal. Okay, I want to meet you normally, please.
She'd be so proud of you.
Please.
Can I be making an effort to be as bloody as possible to try to attract the wolf?
Mhm.
No, you're gonna fucking attract Maeric, idiot!
Yeah, absolutely.
Just start like wafting your blood fumes this like just
I'm throwing it at the wolf.
Yeah, as like the lightning is crackling out from you, Yaksha, you are bleeding more and more and more.
It rips into me as well.
Fuck yeah. Okay, that is gonna be Lelee's turn, question mark?
Oh, before my turn is,
Yeah.
I'm going to key point key point dodge for the next. Yeah. I believe that gives me fuck, what does dodge do? What the fuck?
Attacks have disadvantage against you.
Attacks have disadvantage.
You have advantage on
Okay,
dexterity.
thank you, Ethan, my lovely D&D encyclopedia.
Yeah, so Lenz is Lenz's turn. And Lelee, Yaksha, you two are trying to split his attention in some sort of way, and I think you see as Lelee, as he's kind of like steadied himself and just goes, she'd be so proud of him.
I've met her, I've talked to her. I've met her.
He snarls and turns around. He's no longer
Yeah.
noticing you. He nostrils flaring, turns towards you, Yaksha. Mouth like unhinges open. And he starts stalking towards you with this slow movement. He is going to raise his mouth up and is going to start biting. Ba-ba-ba. Okay, that is going to be a... That is a 12. I don't think that hits.
12 doesn't hit. Nope.
As he whiffs against you, bites down, you step back just in time, Yaksha, like keeping your footing on the ground. And there is a horrible snap as Lenz's teeth shut. And you guys see, as you look into the eye, this mad wolf, there is a sudden realization as the bite no longer connects. You see a tongue roll over teeth. I can't protect them like this. He stumbles back from you, Yaksha, face in hands. And as he does, he is going to back away, enough for you to make an attack of opportunity if you'd like to.
No, I have a reach weapon, so he has to back away a bit more.
Well, he is about to make a leap.
Okay, then, yeah. Please stay in the circle! That is, okay. I'm gonna use Great Weapon Master 23.
23 hits.
Yep. That is 5. 8 plus 6, 8 plus... Okay, so, 7? Yes.
Yeah.
God, I have to... 17! Yes.
17.
So
You,
17 and then 9 lightning.
pleading for him to stay in the circle, you once again, you thrash your weapon outward. But he quickly just rushes away, and as you, strike the back of him, there's this flinch as he's just... I need to protect him. And he is going to leap forward.
And telepathically, I'll just be like, I can't get him to stay by myself. He's too big.
I'm trying.
He lands in front of this great anvil and pit of lava. And you hear his voice. Sister, you told me I was not a fighter. That I am to create, not to destroy. I'm sorry to let you down, but I need to protect them all. He
No.
draws his hand forward towards the flames of lava forward and around him. the burning inferno shining a devastating orange and red over the purple of his cracked goggle eyes. His hand slowly draws upward, where you see the bent and contorted claws stretch up and cast their desperate twitching to the stars and heavens above. The truth is, every inventor is plagued with it. The knowledge of what they least wish to create. Every swordsmith knows it, the most effective blades for rending. But never do many ever wish to stoop so far as to realize a creation of such hell. It is death I must become. Forgive me, Elwyn. I cannot fight the truth any longer. And his hand submerges into the depths of magma with a loud the thunderous sound of cracking flesh and breaking skin, overshadowed by a choir of strings and the horror of 1,000 howling wails. And out draws the charred flesh, down to bone. But so too emerges the glint of metal. The heat from the blade being drawn warps the air itself. There is something truly horrid about something so bestial, holding a sword crafted with such precision. For the claymore he draws is fundamentally flawless in its make. It is more legend than it is a feasible construct. It is a dance in the pale night sky. As Lenz draws the Moonblade, we are going to end the session off here.
Holy shit!
Ooh!
Oh! The moon! The moon!
The moon.
It's from the moon!
So, Ethan, as a D&D veteran, are you aware of the Moonblade?
The moon!
Oh, I wish I wasn't.
Yeah, would you like to inform those who are unaware of what the Moonblade just as a concept is? If not, I can put it into words for you. But I want you to. It is perhaps the single strongest weapon that elven hands have ever produced. It is a legendary tier weapon that not only has the abilities of such other legendary weapons such as the Defender, and the fucking Vorpal Sword, it too can have up to 12 other enchantments on it at once.
Yeah.
Okay, new idea, guys. Take the sword, put it in my hand, problem solved. Fuck!
The
If I recall
creator...
correctly, it's also one of the weapons that cares about alignment. Right? You have to be good or neutral or something?
No, incorrect. It only has to have one technical goal, which is the protection of elven kind.
I see.
That is all it needs. So,
fuck.
let's
so funny. It's so funny. It just does everything.
Let's go through some closing remarks, shall we? Ethan, what is one thing you learned, and what is one roleplay moment you liked from this session?
Yeah. One thing I learned is that Moonblade.
Moonblade!
I look at overpowered weapons for fun. Like, and this is like up there. Anyways, yeah, I learned Moonblade. I learned that Lenz has a Moonblade. Yeah, I also learned that Gideon can't stay still.
No.
Alright. And what is one roleplay moment you liked?
Yes, one roleplay moment I really liked. I'm gonna steal it. I think that funeral was very, very well played out by everyone.
Absolutely. All right.
Especially Lelee.
I am Dean. I'm the dungeon master. I play everyone else. One thing I learned is that, I'm just so happy that's at least some people here are aware of the Moonblade and what connotations it carries with it. To the point where Ethan is fucking losing. Oh yeah, guys, someone mention Tony and tell him that Lenz has the fucking Moonblade. Like, I think he deserves to know.
Yeah.
Oh god. And one roleplay moment I liked. I mean, I think Tony fucking killed it this session. He's not here though, so I'm actually gonna go ahead and give it to Ines. Because Ines just like Alice's reaction to the other Alice was so fucking pungent. Like that was poignant and amazing shit.
Yeah, it was so good.
Lelee or Kiki, go ahead.
Well, one thing I learned. The Moonblade. I can't hear you, Ethan. We're so fucked, man. We're more fucked. Listen, one thing I learned is that I really want that damn sword. However, I gotta kill my uncle to get it. Give me the fucking thing. Anyway, one roleplay moment I liked was Ethan crying. That was funny. It was really well played out, but it was also kind of
like I learned playing NC that I can just cry on command, I guess.
Yep.
yeah.
Fucking Alice. Ines, closing remarks.
Hi. I learned so many things. I don't even know where to go with that. I learned that the me of this timeline is, you're fucked up too. Hi, I think we're all a little doomed in every timeline, aren't we? Roleplay moment. It's so good this session, actually. I don't even know how to pick. I can't pick one.
Ethan is going through
it. The reaction to Moonblade.
The reaction to Moonblade.
You guys seem to think you guys started getting comfortable in this encounter. I think you guys started getting too uncomfortable. You guys didn't realize that there was a phase 2.
No, I knew there was a phase 2, especially because when you told us about the encounter, you're like, oh, you won't see what happens to Lenz. And I was like, there's a fucking phase 2. You're gonna fucking endgame Hades my ass. In the moment, like, oh.
And what was one roleplay moment you liked, Alice? Or fucking, what the fuck is happening? Ines.
I can't, it's hard for me to pick one. I'm trying to think of the ones before the other two dipped out, but my brain's not helping me right now. So I'm just
Moonblade.
Like, Moonblade. Everyone did so well. The way that everyone started crying with the grief and the funeral too, it's like,
yeah. All right. Well, thank you guys so much for tuning into this session. And we will see you next time. You know, it might be a couple weeks because Fan Expo is coming up, but tune in next time for phase 2 of the Lenz fight. Goodbye.